Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you here. And Dada, thank you so much for the raid. What is up, Coach-Hummers? You've come to an interesting time today. Today we're going to be reading my original novel, which means today we are going to be suffering a lot of angst. So if you guys want to head out, don't worry about it. We're kind of like towards the end of the story at this point. I think this is the 6th read through. Yeah, the 6th read through in Legatus 505. So we're kind of deep into the story, and also a lot of pain and suffering is going to happen. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. Terrible morning, Fuchan. I'm scared. Why would you be scared? Why? It's a fun time, right? You guys love story time. It's just a cute little bedtime story with Fuchan. Hi, Fulgur. I'm here for pain. Sweet pain. Oh, good. You're in the right place. So yeah, normal thing as always. We are going to be reading through my novel. My novel is very dark. It's very adult. It's very grim. I do provide content warnings at the beginning of each chapter. So I will jump into this. As you can see, this is going to be chapter 8, The Corpse of Flesh. The content warnings this time are graphic gore, child bullying, and some slight sexual themes. It's really only hints. I probably should have changed that to just like, I don't know, sexual mentions, I guess. It's not too bad. Cute little bedtime story, my Saibushi, how dare? Oh yeah. The title? Yeah, and this isn't even Operation Starfall. Throwback to the Corpse of Steel. Yo, Moon Kidred, I'm so glad you caught that. Yeah. This is a throwback to the original chapter 1. We're going all the way back. Finally, so many of the Chekhov's guns, so many of the imagery things that I've been planting for 3 years are going to pay off. It's been such a long time. Anyway, I'm happy. Is this the mother issue chapter? I don't know what you mean. It could be anything. It could be anything. Angst is the yummiest. Have a good stream. Thank you, Dada. We'll have a delicious stream. Just like it's lovely, buttery mashed potatoes. I saw a lot of Coach-Hummers saying, yay, potato raid. I'm glad that that's become, like, part of the stream itself now. Is just the love of potatoes against you. But yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for the raid. Please have a lovely day. Take it easy and rest well. Which mother issue chapter? True, this is really more of a mother issue book when it comes down to it. I mean, the fucking first word in this chapter is mother. Fun times. With that said, we can only avoid this so long. We are going to begin our Legatus 505 read through. Please do tell me if the volume of the music is too loud. I will try to keep it balanced as we go. But yeah, I can only do so much. Mother, I crave violence. Don't we all? That's just the world we live in. A whole book? Yeah, almost. I mean, these are going to be the this is the second to last read through. So this is the final 6 chapters beginning. We'll do the final 6th, 5th, and 4th chapter. And then the next read through in just under 2 weeks is going to be the final 3 chapters. And then we've got a full book. What a perfect bedtime story. Sounds good for me. Thank you. Okay, I was waiting for some confirmations on the music. This is also one of those songs where it's got like a quiet background melody, but then really intense like beats and drums and stuff. It's crazy how Legatus 505 is almost over. Yeah, and it only took us about triple the time I had intended. It's crazy to me it'll come to an end. Hell yeah. Boo, do you mind turning off the emote wall? Oh yeah, no, when we actually start reading, it's gonna go. Don't worry, I don't want that in front of the text, and don't worry about it. The chat over here is enough of a reaction thing. But thank you. But boom. There we go. That should kill the wall. Bring the wall down. Okay, it was planned for once a month, yeah, and then life got in the way. Although considering we're doing like I've been writing chapters fast enough that we could have done once a month, like over the last couple of weeks. It's just some other things got in the way too. Writer's block is insane. Yeah, it is. Okay, with that said, we're going to start the read through. If anybody wants to head out, if anybody doesn't like adult themes, if anybody doesn't like the look of those content warnings, do not worry about it. The VOD will always be here if you want to watch it. You can also read it offline. As soon as we're done with this read through today, I'm actually going to put the chapters up on the blog immediately. I'm not going to wait for like people to digest them a bit. I'm going to make sure that people can read them as soon as they want to. So let's go. Chapter 8, The Corpse of Flesh. Content warnings. graphic gore, child bullying, and sexual themes. Oh god, should I still have like the warning constant? I should. I forget these things. There we go. In fact, you know what? That'll do for all 3 chapters. I already had that saved from last time. Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children. As a child, I discovered very quickly that God could be fickle, negligent, and outright cruel. A rare combination of genes made me a miracle baby. That miracle made my very existence feel like a curse. At that point, it wasn't Mother or any god that took pity on me. Both completed their job of unleashing me upon the Republic and took their leave without a second thought. Yes, I can lower the music. When I get into narrative voice, it is a bit more quiet. That should be good. Let me know if that's still too loud. Perhaps those that created me could see, even back then, that I wasn't a creature that deserved life at all. Had they put me out of my misery early, perhaps this curse would have never been allowed to afflict so many, never stolen that same gift of life from so many other more deserving recipients. Later in life, I was recreated by the hands of a new maker. Not a mother, nor a god, but a man who longed for nothing more than to defy God and all his best laid plans. One could say that he achieved that dream, but not to the end that he wanted. No, as I said, dear listener, I learned early that God can be fickle, negligent, and outright cruel. Add to that omnipotence, omnipresence, and a vengeful streak that can only match his creation, and you have the perfect setup for biblical tragedy. Don't worry, dear listener. I haven't suddenly become religious, nor will I continue any of these blasphemous thoughts. There is one thing that I believe beyond all shadow of a doubt, however. If I ever do manage to meet my maker, I'll be sure to make my existence as much his problem as he made it everyone else's. Fuchan, thank God you're here. Here was one of the few beings that didn't realize there's nothing to be thankful for when it comes to my existence, let alone arrival. Gelukanis could barely stand, but she still tried to prop herself up, falling back down into the filth from which she had been sleeping in. Sleeping was of course just a choice for her. Simulated sleep to keep her mind sane and replicate the human condition. I'd always been taught that. Even their very creator had reminded me that imprints were nothing more than machines that simulated life. It didn't change his love for his creations, least of all the one that dragged herself forward through discarded needles, food wrappers, and other excrement. Thank God you're here. I hadn't ever heard Gelu mention any kind of faith before. The phrase should have set me on edge, should have made me realize just how dire her situation was, but I had never learned either of the lessons my 2 fathers had tried to teach me. Not the importance of religion to some people, nor the concept of loving something artificial again. Oh, artificial, sorry. There I go lying again, shielding myself even though you've already discovered the truth, Karnas. No, if I'm going to tell this chapter, I have to do it right. My father always told me that God would forgive anything if someone truly wanted to repent. What I ask for isn't forgiveness. I have none for myself as is. All I ask is that you listen to my story and accept that it is truly the greatest regret I have in my life. Let's start from the beginning. Olga, thank goodness you're here. I think this is actually the most chill music I have. Come to think, oh god. So grimdark. My first meeting with Gelukanis was a loud one. Not the usual loud with her, which involved her squealing, chatting up a storm, and being an all-around boisterous existence. But rather it was loud because I ended up screaming as soon as I laid eyes on her. The Terminator paused, crashing to a stop, although it had been charging right for me. My father came between the two of us, holding his arms out as if he could shield me from anything that came his way. The Terminator took a step backwards, one arm reaching up to rest on the back of its head as it turned away. Meanwhile, my future creator just laughed at the situation, releasing my wheelchair and meeting Gelu with a warm hug. Neither of them have eyes, Gelu. Gelu let out a huge, "Ah" sound and sidled behind Karnas sheepishly. I'm so sorry for scaring you, Fulgur. And you, Ovid. Please, pardon my intrusion. Gelu tried to back out of the room, using Karnas as a shield as she went, but the man caught her arm and pulled her back into a hug, giving her a light smack on the midsection. Ovid, Fulgur, this is my wife, Gelukanis. My father softened his stance immediately, offering apologies as he stepped forward to shake her hand. I stared on in pure horror, watching the machine grab at my father's fist. Once she let go of my father's hand, Gelu looked over at me, spherical eyes rotating with a quiet hum sound as they locked on. I instinctively pulled back on the joystick, making my wheelchair roll backwards towards the door. Outside of the Duoverse, Gelukanis had a look that could best be described as Terminator adjacent. Her body was a steel frame with all the important components protected behind plastic casings. Unlike modern androids, which attempted to mimic humanity as closely as possible, her design was built for practicality. All emphasis placed on incredibly precise hands for her research, and with sensors all over her frame to feel as human and comfortable as possible to the imprint within, rather than worry about what others saw or felt when they looked at or touched her. The legs that carried her were simple metal tubes, with artificial joints on full display. The head was the most terrifying part of all. Wires and casings housing a large, outdated storage device, an artificial mouth, and two uncustomized grey eyes that bulged out of everything else. The machine pulled back, wrapping its arms around Professor Karnas as though it was about to crush him. He simply laughed, bringing a hand up to the top of its head and ruffling hair that was nowhere to be seen. Karnas himself walked away, the machine following along with loud clunking steps as it tried to cower behind him. In moments, he returned alone with two pairs of glasses that he handed to father and child alike. Let's try this again, shall we? Pop those glasses on, kid. Ovid. The tiny me did as he was instructed without needing to be asked twice, though he struggled just raising his hands high enough to rest the glasses on his ears. And once again, I'd like to introduce you to my wife, Gelukanis. The clunking of her metal feet and whirring of different parts of her frame betrayed the illusion. With the glasses on, I saw Gelukanis as she might have appeared in life. She took each step slowly, scared to approach me too fast as she did an awkward wave and joined her husband, once more wrapping around him for comfort. Nice to meet you, Ovid. Fulgur. I'm Gelu. You can call me Gelly if you like. I'm a neurosurgeon, neurologist, and clinical psychologist. She ignored my father's compliments and pleasantries, instead taking a few steps forwards and kneeling at my level before she continued in a much softer tone. I'm also an obsessed gamer, lover of all things animated, not a bad basketball player. She finished with a wink and extended her hand just in front of her for a handshake. Thank goodness you're here, Fu-chan. I think we're both going to be of great help to one another. I took Gelu's hand, feeling it wrap around my tiny palm and part of my wrist. The cold metal made me pull back in surprise, but Gelu just smiled at it that time, keeping any pain from crossing onto her Duoverse face. Her words didn't make sense to me back then. She and the professor were the ones saving me. As far as I knew, they were getting nothing out of it. Your words the other day filled in the meaning. How many times had you woken Gelu only for her to force you to put her back to sleep? How many breakthroughs had you found and tried to convince her to come back to life at your side? How did you go on for so long with only a single goal in mind? At some point, I worked out that Gelu never wanted to be the first ever imprint. Like me, her life was a curse that was forced on her by her creator. Unlike me, she never made that anyone else's problem, only choosing to live when she had the chance to give the life... Only choosing to live when she had a chance to give the gift of life to someone else. Not just me. God, I'm so bad at this today. Sorry. Not just me, Karnas. She thought that both of us would be able to give you another chance at life too. I realize that now. As much as you were trying to save her life, she was trying to save your soul. Had it been another child you two gave life to, perhaps it might have actually worked. As I said, the miracle that made me a perfect candidate for your devices was actually a curse. You'd figure that out in time, long after I already had. This one? No, that's too intense. God damn it. That'll do. At ease, Ovid. Trader Chroma barely saluted me as I entered the room before turning back to whoever she was on a call with. I leaned against the wall of her office, arms crossed over my chest as I stared out the window. All the days were blending together. All the Legadio, all the death. In just a few weeks, I'd left the safety of the Republic, last bastion of human civilization, twice. And like each of those times, I'd been called in for another top priority Legadio. I liked dangerous missions then. Each one brought my curse closer to ending and staved off the dark thoughts that prowled in quiet moments. The machine was well oiled and built for exactly this. What remained of the humanity, on the other hand, was tired and desperate for an end. Just that morning, I'd been drawn out of my stupor from a hospital bed. Operation Starfall, which had come barely a week after my visit to the Apollishits, both had resulted in lost memories and faded time. In reality, it had been days since I last saw Ovidia, but the taste of the pies I've had to skip out on was still fresh in my memory as if it was hours. Noticing Chroma had finished her call, I awkwardly saluted again, covering up my mistake with a quick return to myself. Chroma, would you like to debrief about Starfall? The target said something that... Ovid, I'm going to have to ask you to take a seat. My eyes narrowed and I thought about arguing. All of my usual disobedient snark fled me as I noticed the look that weighed down Chroma's features. I'd seen her feign concern many times in the past, seen her kiss ass and deliver any number of platitudes and condolences. What I'd never seen was such an evident blend of sorrow and terror. I took the seat in front of her desk without another word, simply waiting for her to give me my mission. The obedience took her back for a moment, but she simply continued, choosing not to tarnish the rare moment of respect. Ovid, I need you to listen to me fully before you say a single thing. What I'm about to say will shock you. And believe me, if I had anyone else to call on for this legatio, I wouldn't place this on you. She was silent for a moment, studying my features while I waited for her to continue. Ever the loyal wolf, hungry for another hunt. I need you to agree to that, Ovid. Don't consider it an order. I'm asking you for the sake of everything we've been through together to listen to me. I'd broken enough of Chroma's direct orders in the past that she knew the word didn't mean much to me. Appeals to my emotions rarely worked better. But from a woman who I had never seen make a heartfelt request before, I silently nodded. When she stared back at me for several moments, I finally relented. I'm listening, Praetor. Okay. Ovid? Arnis is dead. I'm not ashamed to admit that I dissociated when those words came out of Chroma's mouth. I was suddenly a teenager again, and you were telling me about the death of my first father. Back then, I had run through several stages of grief, denying, bargaining, crying, and finally plotting revenge alone in my room as if any of it made any difference. On the cusp of my 30th birthday, there was only one thought that filled my mind when Chroma was able to bring me back to reality. I don't know how much she had said in my absence, or how many times she had called my name before finally walking around the table and slapping me back into my body, but I do remember the first question that came out of my mouth when she did. Where is Gelu? The sting from the slap still ached, but all other thoughts were put out of my mind in that moment. I wish that I could tell you it was because I was worried about her above all else. I really do. There was definitely concern there. A worry that she might be decommissioned, a panic that the Legati sent to recover your body would be rough with her. But the strongest thought that led me to seek out Gelu was one of simplicity. I needed her. Your wife, the closest thing I've ever had to a mother figure. Coming from Chroma, the information meant nothing. It was only Gelu I could trust when it came to such personal matters. Fucked up as I made it for all of us, we were a family. Much as I tried to push her away and show that I didn't care, Gelu had never let either of us fully separate those ties and become just creator and weapon. I need you to know that, Karnas. If I'd heard of your passing from her, from Gelu, I likely would have wept in her arms as I did for my first father. Hearing it from Chroma just didn't feel real, and I knew that I needed to hear it from Gelu to believe it. Seems like a good spot for a real quick break. Maridine, thank you so much for the manual raid. What is up, Maripets? I hope you're having a lovely day. We're doing a different kind of stream today. We're reading through my original novel, Legatus 505. So please pay attention to the content warning at the bottom of the screen, and keep in mind this is the 6th read through, so it's like, I don't know, something like 16 chapters in. So probably not the best stream to join out of nowhere. If you need to head out, feel free to. If it looks too dark, feel free to, but I hope you guys all had a lovely day, and thank you guys so much for being here. Anyway, we're going to continue. There'll be another break in a little bit. And I just try to get it to good points in the story before we have a little break and talk. That's the thing, Ovid. A pause and little gasp of breath came from Chroma. She'd never seemed so fragile before. Most of the time, she barely seemed human. Unless it was over the neural network where she could more easily relax without the eyes and ears of the arbiters watching her every waking moment. Something seems to have malfunctioned in Gelu. I was on my feet. The chair I once sat in toppled backwards from the sudden movement. My heart, one of the few human parts left of me, raced, beating so hard it might have ripped out of my chest. I was imagining every horrible scenario I could think of that would lead me to losing both of you in one day. Before I found a way to form any of my frantic worries into actual questions, Chroma continued. Gelu, well, I don't know if we should call her that anymore. Something must have been corrupted, or some wires must have been crossed. She... Another deep breath from Chroma as she took a step back around the desk and sat down. Gelu made an imprint of Karnas, something we both know he never wanted, and she smothered him in his sleep. I have no idea how I looked to Chroma in that instant, but I'd never seen her visibly recoil from anyone the way she did when I faced her, searching for sincerity in her eyes. Kinda like this. At the time I hadn't noticed, but now I think she might have also grabbed a gun on the underside of her desk. It's hard to know if those memories are true, stained by the passing of time and information I now have. All I can say is that she was terrified of me, never having come so close to losing control of the beast she had trained so well. A moment passed in which neither one of us was sure of our next move, but I finally noticed the fear in her eyes and attributed it simply to the whole fucked up scenario we were dealing with. Believing it to be more proof of her words, or if nothing else that she believed them, I calmed myself enough to respond. Gelu would sooner shut herself down, I argued, emotion momentarily overcoming all the lessons I'd been taught about imprints. It was just technology. Of course errors happen and glitches occur. Even if she had been flesh and blood, I dealt with more than enough monsters of the flesh that loved ones swore would never do horrific crimes they'd committed. Yet there I was, arguing Gelu's nature as evidence. A virtual screen appeared in my eyes, which began playing a first-person recording of a car chase. The recording separated me and Chroma, allowing both of us to relax. They originally tried to pull her over when they discovered a car was being manually driven with no life inside. She began speeding and resisted arrest. If you don't want to see the next part, keep it playing, I say, icy coolness creeping back into my voice. I still remember the name of the auxilia member that was recorded on the file. At that point, I was burning it into my mind, thinking about paying him a visit if he had hurt Gelu, in any way during the footage. What I should have been focusing on was why an auxilia member was sent after a simple imprint joyride. The footage continued. I watched in silence as the auxilia member rammed into the rear of Gelu's car, sending it forward and causing the vehicle to swerve and crash into a wall. My fists tightened, and that name became a permanent fixture in my subconscious for the future. A moment later, I saw Gelu, Duavor's form looking as perfect as ever as she stumbled out of the car and desperately dragged the body of Karnas, your body, out of the passenger seat. A small gasp was all the sound I let out before crossing my arms over my chest and swallowing down anything more. The auxilia member I was watching through the eyes of in first person, and one more which burst out of the other side of the same car, trained their rifles on Gelu. Once she had Karnas out of the car, she turned to face the inky humanoid figures, with her hands raised high above her head, pleading silently with her mouth screaming wordlessly. Why is it muted? I asked, desperate to hear what Gelu was saying. Chroma's voice responded simply from behind the screen. Data got corrupted. You'll see why in a second. We got a transcript through lip reading, but I'll give you that after the video. Gelu was looking between the two figures and pleading with them before turning back around and trying to lift Karnas's dead body. She'd barely gotten it a foot away from the car when the auxilia members began firing, catching her in the back, thigh, and arm, and causing her to fall forwards. Her right arm was severed clean at the shoulder, and her left leg had a hole the size of a tennis ball opened up in it, blood spurting onto the ground. The duoverse form of Gelu disappeared, replaced with the metal frame I'd become accustomed to as a child. Gelu dragged herself backwards as the men approached her, guns now lowered as they assumed their mission was complete. She twisted to face them, lifting her one good hand in a form of submission as she crawled back. As soon as they were close enough, she reached forward, grabbing the first auxiliary member by the ankle and ripping his leg out from under him. Before the other, whose eyes we were looking through, could raise his gun, the view of the scene spun and shook as she whipped the other man's body against him. The last thing the footage showed was one of Gelu's round grey eyes as blood sprayed over everything and the signal went dead. She ripped out the one man's throat with her teeth and then took the other's head off with her bare hands while he was still unconscious. Makes sense that you would give her a body almost as deadly as mine while she slept. Couldn't hold up to auxiliary rifles, but no average criminal was going to have a chance of taking her away from you again. We recovered Karnas's body a quarter-mile from the scene and confirmed he'd been smothered by her. His remains are currently... How long ago was this? And what was she saying? I ignored any mention of your body, wanting to know more about what had happened to Gelu and why they had called me in. Clearly, she was still on the run since they'd decided I was needed for the mission. If she was on the run, then there was a chance I could still find her first. The video disappeared, leaving me and Chroma staring across from one another again. With her sitting and me standing, she looked smaller than I'd ever remembered her. As small as I had probably looked when she first discovered your little project after the slaughter in the slums. She took a moment, crossing her legs and steeling herself before she met my gaze. Gelu accused the Legion of killing Karnas. Then she accused the Arbiters of killing him. Finally, she said that you were going to kill him. She apparently said something about a video too. Much of that was just words without structure. Before I could ask anything more, Chroma slid a piece of paper across the table with much the same listed on it. Gelu's actual words were a lot more broken from panic and with stutters and rambling thrown in. But that was the gist of it. None of it sounded like Gelu. More of a stream of consciousness from her memories. Chroma replayed the video, letting me match mouth movements to words to confirm its truth as best I could. She's killed 6 more Legionnaires and 2 Legati since this incident, and fled to the slums where we can't track her. Bystanders who have spotted her report that she's been screaming incoherently about you and Karnas. I have one more recording to show you, but you might not want to see it. Show me. I cut Chroma off again. It was no longer angry or snapping. All emotion had left my voice by that point. Another video played in Chroma's office, this time with sound to accompany it. Fu-chan, you found me! Gelu limped forward, struggling to walk with one leg that she had to drag into place with each step like a cane. The netjack! Gelu reached down to the person whose eyes I was watching through's waist, ripping a netjack away from them. Gelu, please. You have to tell me where the imprint is. My own voice came out of the recording. In an instant, the desk which separated me and Chroma was thrown to the side, smashing into the windows as I grabbed Chroma by the collar and lifted her against the wall. Chroma struggled, clawing at my carbon fiber wrists. As I lowered the volume. Chroma struggled, clawing at my carbon fiber wrists and kicking against my metal thighs as I lifted her higher off the ground. The struggle she put up only made me more furious. My fist pressed tight against her throat as my mind went blank, clouded over by the betrayal of my own voice interrogating Gelu. You thought if we used your duotar, she would let her guard down. Ovid! The sounds of metal clunking on the carpet flooded the room as many soldiers surged into the office from both entrances. I hadn't even known that Chroma had a hidden door behind the bookcase or where it went to, but now there were half a dozen cyborg guards surrounding us in a semicircle. Stand down! She commanded, struggling to raise her voice while being lifted by a collar. Stand the fuck down! One hand let go of my wrist and shooed away the guards, Chroma being choked all the more for it. The guards loudly stepped backwards, making a show of following the Praetor's orders before she looked down into my eyes again and pleaded. Ovid, stand down! A growl escaped my throat as I lowered Chroma back down to the ground and stepped back. Smoothing out her dress, Chroma flinched at the parts of the fabric that had torn at her waist before standing tall once more and calling out to the room. Leave us! The guards washed out of the room as fast as they had rolled in, and I finally turned to catch the last of them disappearing as the bookcase slid back into place over an opening in the wall. I looked to the opposite side of the room, finding Chroma's desk halfway through the thick shutter which protected her from the sunlight during the day. The glass on the inside had all shattered, showering the office in jagged shards she would have trouble avoiding. I'm sorry. Don't be. You passed the test. I had to assess you'd still be in control despite the circumstances. I glared at her again, but found her smiling smugly in my direction. She did let her guard down, Ovid, but only for a moment. I'm going to need you to not let that moment pass when I send you in. The video appeared again in my vision and resumed playing as though all of this had been calculated by Chroma from the start. In truth, she and the Arbiters likely had this exact conversation planned for weeks, if not months, playing it out time and time again in simulations along with backup plans and safeguards. I was simple enough to read back then, much as I'd like to have denied it. Gelu, please! You have to tell me where the imprint is! My own voice came out of the video once more as Gelu pulled back away from the man wearing my duotar and brought a netjack with her. What are you doing with that? Gelu, don't do anything you're going to regret! Gelu ignored the fake Fulgur's voice and brought the netjack to her own chest, waiting for a moment. Wait. This isn't... No. Gelu looked me straight in the eyes. I looked back at her through the recording. In her grey artificial eyes, I could see my own body reflected. I watched in silence as Gelu swiped the netjack through the air with so much force that one of the Legatus' eyes popped out of his skull. The only sound on the rest of the recording was the gurgling of the Legatus struggling to breathe as the video captured an ever-rotating world while his eyes rolled around the floor in his blood. The duotar never faded, leaving me to listen to my own death rattle as I drowned in blood. Why would she? My thoughts trailed off. Oh god. My thoughts trailed off as the video disappeared from view and I was left with Chroma looking at me, smug smile replaced by a commanding gaze. You're only going to have a minute to end her, Ovid. Confirm the location of Karnas's imprint, shut Gelu down by any means necessary, and recover Karnas's imprint. At the time, I had many thoughts running through my mind. Why would she want the netjack? Why would she kill Karnas? Why would she kill what she thought was me? Ovid! My name, bequeathed to me by my father, woke me up. Once you have Karnas's imprint, you need to bring it directly to the Arbiter's Senate. His mind is far too precious and even more dangerous to risk falling into anyone else's hands. I stood in silence for a moment, for once not falling in line to begin a hunt despite the legario being given and my prey chosen for me. I stared down at the bright red medal of my hands gifted to me by you and taught to use by her. Once we have Karnas in custody, we can get him into an android body, and he can recover Gelu's data from his computer. My eyes shot up to meet Chroma's. With everything that had gone on that morning, I'd not even thought of that possibility. My hands balled tied into fists and my vision focused on the present. I had a mission, and for the first time since the slaughter, it was one that I needed to complete for myself. Are you sure you can do this, Ovid? My only response was a silent nod. Of course I can do this, I thought. I'm Fulgur Ovid, Legatus of Division 505. I was literally built for this. I'd forgotten that somehow. Forgotten that I was just a weapon. Forgotten that Gelu was just an imprint that could be copied. Now so was Karnas. But I could bring them both back home. I turned and tried to leave. But Chroma called me back. When I span around, there was a pistol held in her outstretched hand. I grinned back to my old self as fast as I'd become lost. It was so easy back then, shutting everything else out and focusing on a mission. It's become so much more difficult now. Regardless, I waved off the offer and pulled open the door to the office, leaving with a single phrase. I won't need it. She's just a surgical android. He said the thing? Yeah. Let ya know. Just stab me with that line, don't you? Isn't it fun how many different ways a simple phrase can be used for different meanings and effects? Ah, so much fun. It always hurts when he says I was literally built for this. Lechan always chanting this to himself. Yeah, it used to be just like a happy, like, I'll get through this. It's fine. I was literally built for this. Now it's more of a, this is all I'm good for. Stop laughing at us. But it's fine. I've already gotten over this trauma. I wrote it out. Now I get to inflict that trauma on others. Just an android? Yeah. I like seeing all the reactions to Chroma's craziness too. So fun. Yeah. Chroma needs to end. Why? She's so cool. She's so sexy. She can't die. You love our pain? Damn straight. Hearts to all the crying confidants. Oh, that's sweet. You just flipped that brick off and chuck it at us? Yeah, exactly. It's like generational trauma, but it's just like from writer to reader. Slowly killing his humanity with those words. Damn straight. Chroma, I want to bite her. Fair. Same. Or be bitten by her. Chroma is sexy though. So true. Glad you're enjoying it. Good, good, good. Something doesn't feel right here. Either I'm reading too much into this or something's fishy. I don't know what you mean. Androids get glitches all the time. It's just a glitch in the system. It happens. We drink tragedy to the leader around here? Damn straight. If evil, why hot? Exactly. If you're hot enough, you can get away with a lot of evil. Zanny, thank you so much for the raid. Netherlings, what is up? I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for being here and welcome to the Fellowship, Comfy Pile. We are currently reading my original novel, Legatus 505, which is all about this guy, young little baby Legatus, back when he was in the future. We've gone back to the future and we're going through his final mission as a Legatus. So unfortunately, this is very much like towards the end of the story. So if you guys don't want to be spoiled, also there's a lot of dark content. We've already had like in fact, 3 gruesome murders so far. And we're only like a third of the way through this first chapter. So yeah, if you guys want to head out and just go watch something more relaxing, that's completely cool. But thank you so much for the raid, Zanny. I hope you guys all had a wonderful morning. We're going to continue reading this and crushing our own souls. But yeah, content warnings. There's a lot of murder in this one. The slightly sexual themes are coming up soon. And there is a lot of graphic violence. So careful. A third, it's been 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean, this is the longest chapter. The other 2 that we're reading today are both quite short. But this one be quite long. Also, we did chat a lot at the beginning. It's fine. I've been busy writing dark and graphic stuff. There we go. That's what we like to hear. It's always fun to pass on your pain to other people. Make them read it. Glitch, they say. The Republic is never to be trusted. You don't trust the mega city? Full of, like, people that tried to escape damnation by killing everyone else on the planet? How dare you? That's just rude. They would never lie. They're good boys. Okay. What am I putting on now? Maybe... I think... God, I really need to move these a bit. This one. We're getting back into this. So get comfy, chill, and we will dive back into the story now. Thank you guys so much for being here. Am I the only sheep that remembers how the Republic did Solus Legatus so dirty? I mean, Olga definitely doesn't. They erased that shit from his brain. Okay. It's funny, the things that can stick in your mind. Forgive me for getting off track again, but I remember the first time I'd heard someone else say something similar about Gelu. They used much more coarse language, of course. Children are often seen as innocents, but that doesn't change how cruel they can be in their simplicity. So is it true, Crick? It's unsurprising, perhaps, at this point to tell you that I wasn't any more popular during my school days than I have been at any time in my life. At 11 years old, I was already used to the other kids bullying me. You sent me to the most elite academy you could, while also having yourself and Gelu tutor me in the evenings. I'd missed a lot of formal education due to my disability and had to play catch-up. Between the ages of 8 and 11, I was about as normal as I'd ever been. Most of the other kids had eyes and throw twos, fancy duotars, and all the expensive toys that they wanted, while I had 4 cybernetic limbs that prohibited me from joining in on sports, as well as maintenance schedules that took me out of class for weeks at a time. I was different. No matter what age you grow to, that never stops being a threat to the group at large who are able to consider themselves normal. As children, there's simply less pretense to the whole affair. You're different, therefore you don't have the same simple right to live as everyone else. The kids needed someone to take out their frustrations on. If it hadn't been me, it would have been the girl whose mother only managed to get her into such an expensive school through adult entertainment, or the boy whose family came from the commune that didn't understand the slang or customs. It could have just as easily been the rowdy boy who knocked my book off the table and started yelling directly in my face. He had made some slight mistake that the group latched onto and made his whole identity. I was the easiest target, though. At age 11, I was surrounded by 14 and 15-year-olds. You'd entered me into the academy at age 8, but in those 3.5 years, you'd made sure that every time I started to catch up in a grade, I was skipped another head another year even, and mixed into another group older than me. People don't like being told that someone else is better than them. In truth, I wasn't any smarter than any of the kids there anyway. I didn't question why I was so good at tests back then. It wasn't exactly cheating, but it isn't hard to look back now and realize just how often you and Gelu's tuition seemed to perfectly prepare me for each test before it came. Sometime during conscription, when I realized just how much the Republic bent over backwards to serve you, I realized that I wasn't ever actually that gifted. You were just using your connections to figure out the curriculum and keep me one step ahead of the tests as they came. It worked for all of us. Our deal was that you were my patron until I finished conscription, so anything that got me there faster was a win for me. My father obviously wanted me back home and hence was elated to see how fast things were moving. You needed to prove to the Republic just how incredible your pet project was to get to the next stage of your plans. Gelu, she turned a blind eye to as many of your flaws as she could. I'm sure in her mind, once I'd finished the academy and then conscription, then she could work on giving me a real life. Didn't stop her from deviating from your lesson plans often and making them as fun for me as she could. That's aside the point. This may well be the last time you'll listen to anything I say or read anything I write. I guess I'm just adding a lot of the things I haven't had a chance to talk to you about yet. Those days in the academy, as I said, were the most normal I'd ever felt. In the moment, I thought it was to be the hardest challenge of my life that prepared me for truly living. Looking back, I wonder how different things might have been if we hadn't been rushing forward all the time, aiming for a future that, as it turned out, was never going to come to pass. I don't blame you, Karnas. I understand fully what your motivations were, and why there was a ticking clock involved. I was just a tool for your actual goal after all. Anyway, at age 11, it was well known that I was a freak who kept to himself and didn't tell the teacher no matter what level of harassment was inflicted on me. It had started as rumors, escalated to name-calling and occasionally physical torment, took a brief sidetrack into ostracizing, which I assume wasn't nearly an active enough form of bullying because it was brief, and finally culminated in daily abuse. On this particular day, however, the class that had just learned a fun new term and were eager to use it on their favorite plaything. It was long after class, but I always stayed late, catching up on reading while the other children attended clubs until school properly closed. Come on, Crick, you gotta tell us if it's true. I want to have a go if it is. The other boys all laughed while I simply recovered my book and returned it to my bag, thinking only that I didn't want it to be damaged in whatever scheme they were planning. Hey now, Ben, I wouldn't if I were you. His mommy's probably full of even more diseases than he is. Another one of the boys mocked, nudging Ben, or Benignus as his name ironically was, as I tried to walk away. Ben shoved me as I left, causing me to crash into the cupboards as I made my way out of the classroom. Crick, just let us know what it feels like. There's no way you have a doll for your mommy and haven't fucked her. A small sound was all that escaped my lips as I continued to make my way down the hallway and into the elevator that would take me to the parking floor. But my schoolmates weren't satisfied with their game just yet. They were trying to finally get a reaction out of me beyond the blood and tears they had in the past. This was hardly the route to go. They could have told me my mother was dead and I wouldn't have batted an eye. I held on to some fondness for the woman for a few years after she left. Even had dreams that she might regret a decision in return for the first few years. But all that hope had putrefied in time. Wait, maybe the Crick doesn't even know what a doll is. Ben laughed, slapping me hard in the back of the head. Sorry, Crick. We forgot what a baby you are sometimes. You probably haven't even got big boy hairs yet, have ya? The elevator descended, each ding of a new floor that it passed counting down my eventual escape. The doors finally opened after a few more slaps and insults from various boys, and I stumbled out, tripping over another foot as I went. That was where the games always came to an end. For legal reasons, there were no cameras in the school sections of the building, but the parking floors were another case altogether. Later, Crick. Let that doll of yours know that when she wants a real man, she can come see me. The boys all erupted in laughter and slapped Ben's hands to let him know how well he'd done at their game. They marched off triumphantly in the opposite direction from my own assigned parking space, their voices echoing as they went. It would have all ended there, except for a cruel stroke of fate. Times like those, I used to think that I was cursed. As I got older, I started to realize that I was the curse. Not that I'm suggesting I had no agency in it. Bad luck had always led to my life being fucked up, but I was always the one passing on to those closest to me. Futan! Yellow called out, waving at me from beside your car. My lips curled up into a smile that didn't reach my eyes. It'd been 9 hours of straight scowling, so the action felt unnatural. In all truth, I didn't have to force it much. The combination of escaping school and seeing one of my favorite people as a surprise was enough to bring a smile to my face back then. The only part of it that was forced was the speed at which I covered up what I'd just been feeling. Why are you here? I asked, speed walking over to Gelu and giving her a quick hug. The hugs had become a habit, but noticing we were in public had drawn this one to a fast end. Field trip, my little Padawan. Guess who got us tickets to a rocket launch? Okay, it was Iggy, but I suggested it. Gelu ruffled my hair, a few of the brown streaks being pinched and pulled loose by her metal hands, but I just laughed, smoothing out the mess as I opened the door to the car. Fulgur, you should have introduced us to your mommy. I shook slightly, the car door almost ripping off its hinges as Ben and the other boys called out to me. They'd never been so brazen as to start a fight where it could be recorded. Oh, Futan, are these your friends? Gelu hadn't noticed the mocking tone from the boy, or the snickers at the word mommy as they approached. The best of friends, ma'am, another of the boys said, placing an arm around my shoulder. We basically adopted Fuchan when he joined our class. A few of the boys laughed again, but Gelu remained cheery, doing a short bow as she responded. I shook out of the boy's arms and got in the car, just wanting to drive away as soon as possible. The door slammed hard behind me. Thank you for looking after him. He's always talking about how the other kids take special care of him. I'd never spoken about other kids, positively or negatively, but I assumed Gelu was trying to keep the conversation as pleasant as possible. It was nice to meet you, kiddos, but we've got a jet. Make sure you get home safe. Gelu opened the driver's side door and was about to step in when Ben called out, fueled by a need to always show off to the other children. Wait, where's Fulgur's patron? We were hoping to meet him too, since Fuchan never talks about his family. I cringed even harder, realizing the name Fuchan was going to stick from then on, unaware of just how much worse our situation was. Oh, Karnas is working right now, Gelu responded with a smile. If you really want to meet him, you should come over to our house to play sometime. I'll have Fulgur invite you when he can. Once again, Gelu tried to get into the car, but this time Ben grabbed her wrist. I tried to open the passenger side door, but found two of the boys were holding it closed. They were obviously communicating through the neural network to plot this out so smoothly. You're an imprint though, aren't you? Ben asked directly. I thought imprints couldn't drive without a citizen in the car. Even at age 11, I was more than aware of how dangerous the conversation was becoming. Gelu got away with a lot of things because of your position, but I'd seen enough videos of what humans did to imprints for the hell of it. Even more so if they had the excuse that one was breaking the law. I pushed open the door as hard as I could, the two boys who had tried to hold it closed falling backwards and making the next car's alarm go off. Fuchan? Gelu had turned to see what happened on the other side of the car, and Ben froze for a second at the commotion as I rushed around the front of the car and swung a punch at the much bigger boy. I'd never hit another human before, always been warned against it by you and Gelu. My form was terrible. Being so short compared to Ben, I was aimed at his throat even though I tried to go for the face. A loud crash of metal exploded in the parking lot, louder even than the car alarm or Ben screaming as he fell backwards. I hadn't fully been in control of myself at that point, so I only remember the aftermath. Ben was dragging himself away, still on the ground, and with a puddle of his own urine trailing behind him, while the other boys had already fled much faster. Fuchan? Gelu's voice was much more panicked now, and it brought me fully back to my senses. My metal fist had been blocked by Gelu's hand, her own metal form exploding in a crash of metal and plastic. She'd managed to prevent me from becoming a murderer several years early, but in the process lost her left hand and part of her wrist. Gelu, are you... The rest of my question was cut off as Gelu ushered me into the car, joining me in the driver's seat and tearing away out of the parking lot. As we drove by, Ben was still trying to drag himself up to his feet. Racing out of the building, the windows went dark to shield from the light, and I noticed my white school shirt was splashed with amber and cobalt fluids that leaked out of Gelu's arm as she buckled my seatbelt. I need to get you home now. Iggy will meet us there. Fuchan, you can't fight the other children. You know that. I warned you so many times. If you have a problem, just tell me and I'll deal with it. Okay? Fuchan? You're not my mother. My voice had been quiet, barely above a whisper, but Gelu had instantly fallen silent. She let the car slow down for a moment, then set it into self-drive and turned to face the tiny me. Futan, I'm not trying to replace... You're not even human! I snapped at Gelu, tears welling up in my eyes as I forced my gaze down at my feet. I'd always been an obedient ward to you and Gelu before that. Never raised my voice at all, let alone snapped with so much venom. I wasn't angry at her. I hope she knew that. Of course she did. She always gave people the benefit of the doubt. I was just an upset child, lashing out because of my own fear. I was scared for Gelu since she'd been caught driving alone, shocked at myself and what my Synets could do to even those I cared about. More than any of that, I was confused at my own feelings towards Gelu. I never had considered her my mother before that. Even as the other boys tried to goad me by insulting my mother, I had simply shrugged it off, thinking that they meant the one who had abandoned me. Suddenly, I was faced with a problem that I did in fact love Gelu like a mother. Gelu, who legally counted as your property. Gelu, who might not have gotten home that day if things had gone slightly differently. Gelu, who I was terrified might still be taken away from us, just because I had lost my temper and thrown a punch. That's the crux of it, Karnas. That journey home, I experienced something similar to the level of fear and desperation that you'd been feeling for, well, centuries for everyone else. I ran through it in my mind, trying to understand why imprints were treated as property when they could feel just as much as any human. I might have learned the lesson you always wanted to teach me right there and then, if you'd helped me guide me through it. Again, I'm not blaming you. The same way I was in full panic mode, I know that you were doing the same. Centuries of planning had almost been eviscerated with a single punch. By the time I got home, you'd already packed my bag and Gelu just retreated to your room. I heard her crying faintly through the door as you explained I was starting conscription earlier than planned. Couldn't bear to see her before I left, even though I wanted to apologize and tell her how much I really did care, that I only said such a cruel thing because I was panicking. The saddest thing is, knowing what I know now, that you thought the final lesson of conscription was supposed to be about putting citizens in the shoes of imprints. I can see how you also hoped that when I returned I'd have learned that lesson and be your strongest ally to change the way the Republic treats them. Instead, I felt like I was being punished, that I was a lab experiment gone wrong. Conscription actually taught me that imprints were nothing more than machines, that humanity was just a selfish parasite on the planet, that you hadn't replaced enough of my weak parts for me to survive in this world. I pushed down all those weaknesses, but never quite let them die, believing that after conscription I'd be free to do whatever I wanted. I didn't even have any other kind of clue what I wanted to do after, just that I wanted to come back home to see you, Gelu, and my father. Of course, you know how that dream ended. There's a reason I don't make it through a night's sleep anymore. Enough about the distant past. I can only avoid my confession for so long. How we doing, confidants? We're about 2/3 of the way through now. There was a lot of crying in the chat. Oh boy, little did he knew. Yeah, he thought that was like the worst day of his life. And then the slaughter of the slums happened. Well, yeah, first conscription and then auxilia. Screw Ben, I hate Ben. Yeah, I wrote him as like just such a traditional like bullshit piece of crap teenage boy who thinks he's a big boy. Why are you like this, sir? Why not? I told you, it's fun to pass on the pain. I'm glad you guys are finally getting to hear the proper story. What do you mean, how are we doing? You know how we're doing. Oh, good. You happy? Having a fun time? I'm having thoughts and I don't like them. Uh-oh. Crying over teenage rage? Yeah. Punching us in the gut, sheep bleeding. So guys, how we doing? Don't worry. It gets so much worse. Hope Ben got punched more when he's older. Who's to say he got older, to be fair? Pieces of shit like that often mouth off to the wrong people. Nicely written, though. Aw, thank you, Janet Angel. That's really sweet. I think I'm getting better at writing, but I still don't necessarily like my writing. Is it because of his experience at the Academy that Legatus is especially harsh towards those brats hunting imprints in Chapter 1, yet particularly gentle towards the scared imprint? It's more he doesn't like anything that reminds him of himself. And the way he treats imprints is not the best. And since he has very conflicted feelings over Gelu and whatnot, yeah, he just kind of, he pushes off his pain and transforms it into rage. He doesn't really know how to express it too well. So he'd rather hurt other people than deal with his own feelings. Even better, I hope he never got older. There we go. At least the bully peed himself. Yeah, the bully was probably being bullied from then on in the future too. Find your voice super relaxing, but your story super sad. This is hard. Good. Yeah, I'm trying to give it a nice, like, consistent tone throughout the reading bits when it's not like people speaking. You absolute sadist. You love bleeding our hearts out too much. I'm glad to hear it. There you go. Ollie D's giving everyone a group hug. Your writing is reaching deep into my gut and turning my heart into a stress ball. So I'd say you write very well. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I like giving you guys little breaks between things as well, so we can relax a little bit. Making a stew with our own tears with this one. Oh, good. Lamb is best when it's nicely salted. Nice salted lamb. We don't even have to add any water to the broth. The tears add the salt and the water. Fuchan, you can't hurt me because I enjoy watching Lechan suffer. There you go. Me too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have written it. I would commit crimes for Gelu. I'd eat a good meal and get proper sleep and exercise and touch grass for Gelu. That's fucking huge. I would do anything for that woman. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. You're so evil, sir? Good. Don't remember the exact wording, but there's a phrase that goes something along the lines of, a writer's own worst enemy is themselves. So true. I think that's the fun part, is I end up like crying quite a bit while I'm writing these chapters, and then by the time it gets time to read them, I've already like read them through and edited them several times, so I'm just like, oh guys, this is chill, don't worry, it gets so much worse. Drawn Legend, thank you so much for donating the food funds with the 505 Legatus therapy funds. It might be a bit late for that. You guys did choose the endings to the chapters, so I blame you. But with that said, let's continue on. Enough about the distant past. I can only avoid my confession for so long. So I drove, off into the night without really knowing where my hunt would take me. I followed the route that Gelu had fled, witnessing firsthand some of the carnage that had been left in her wake. The side of the car crash no longer had Legati patrolling it, but the marks from the accident were still easy to see. As I drove further along in the different spots that witnesses had seen her, I tried my best to guess where she would go, but nothing about the pathing made sense. She was heading deep into the slums, but if she wanted to get out of the Republic, she would have had a much easier job in several other directions. At the final spot she was seen, I got out of my car, hoping that I could find some sort of trail to follow. She'd managed to mend her damage enough to prevent a trail forming, was even smart enough to drag some sort of fabric behind her to hide any traceable footprints in the filth. Where had she learned to be so thorough? Could it have been a memory from the old world? I remember her telling me something about going hunting in the snow as a child and learning to track wild game. She tried to play it off as a virtual experience she'd had, but she was never as good at lying as us. That was one of my first clues to your true identity. I'd never hunted a target who knew how to hide their tracks in such an old-school way. Not sure if the same principle applies to the filth that denizens of the slums rooted around in, but it was effective enough to fool me, alongside the other predators that had her scent. No, She was also avoiding the few cameras afforded to the slums as she went. Not just the public ones, but even the privately owned. There was a chance she'd prepared such an escape plan long in advance. Did you guide her on that? Contingency for if you ever passed away and she was left alone in the Republic on less gruesome but no less dangerous terms? I guess it doesn't matter. Not like you plan on talking to me ever again. So, I wandered on through the slums. A part of the Republic that no citizen ever wanted to end up in, least of all one who had crawled their way out through the filth once before. Most of this part of the city looked the same no matter where you went. Filth, grime, dilapidated towers, crumbling factories, the occasional well-guarded furnished building where other illicit activities kept the scum afloat. Trying to tell the different parts of the slum apart was like trying to figure out the identity of a skeleton by eye. Everything that could count as a distinguishing feature was long since eroded away. All I knew was that I was moving southeast from the center of the Republic. I was no paleontologist, let alone archaeologist, that could properly survey the fetid remains. And yet, something did feel eerily familiar as I let my instincts guide me. For some unknown reason, I felt I was being pulled from alleyway to street, then street to square, and down more disgusting paths. There were no marks that showed me the way, yet the journey felt oddly right. Dashing between the remains of buildings to avoid direct sunlight, I climbed over fallen rubble, under the gaps in torn-up fences, even through the abandoned remains of a department store which now had a makeshift community of tents and other simple shelters dividing up the first floor into housing. Some of the people, if you could call them such, were bold enough to stare at me as I wandered through their homes, their clouded, bloodshot eyes not able to discern that a Legatus walked among them. The ones that had eyes, or at the very least healthy enough eyes to recognize the black and red leather, were quick to scuttle back into a hiding spot, much like the cockroaches would have during the fall. Normally, settlements in the slums were far more offensive to the senses. Rotting flesh, untreated waste, hazardous chemicals and unwashed masses, all blending together to create a unique stench that couldn't be scrubbed away. My father had reeked of it every time he made the journey to see me. Here, the various small fires housed in large bowls, small bins, and even just open holes in the ground worked together to overpower most of that. It might have helped that the myriad of separate conversations that different groups were having all got hushed quickly as the thumps of my metal feet slamming into the earth echoed along my path. They resumed once I'd made my way far enough that it was safe to say the cyborg wasn't coming from them. Hushed voices, fire crackling, ragged breaths, and my own footsteps. It should have set my adrenaline spiking. This was the perfect spot for an ambush, and I was surrounded by what could have been hundreds of enemies hiding in plain sight. Whatever reason, it all felt fine. Not comfortable, that much was for certain. Even the people sleeping nearby wouldn't call this place comfortable. But I wasn't as on edge as I usually was, even in the fanciest parts of the Republic proper. An object rolled out in front of my feet. Instantly, I dove to the side, covering my fleshy parts as much as I could in anticipation of the explosion. All comfort had disappeared from my body as I tensed up, and felt my heart almost burst out of my chest for several seconds. As I uncovered my face, two teenagers leaned down to stare at me, one of them holding the ball that I'd thought was an IED. The teens looked confused, more worried for my safety than scared for their own. Before either one of them could speak, a man scooped them up into his arms and dashed away to hide somewhere else, obviously scared of what I might do to a non-citizen that had caused me such trouble. I stood back up, dusting off some of the filth that had caked itself to my clothes. But it was already a part of me. Always had been since my birth. Just like those kids, I'd been dragged through this filth once, protected from the cruelty of Republic citizens that saw my very life as offensive. Finally, it hit me. The reason I had traveled this path specifically, why it didn't feel quite so putrid here to me as it had any other time I visited the slums. I was home. More than 2 decades since the last time I'd returned to meet my father where he lived, I'd finally made my homecoming. My eyes swept around the building, recognizing the general layout from my earliest memories. I think I was 8, maybe the last time I'd returned here. We'd come back to visit my father as we did once or twice a year for the first few years. Even at that point, I was disgusted by the smell, having become accustomed to the sterility of the city. While we were celebrating some old holiday that only meant presents to me, someone had broken into your car. They hadn't managed to do anything more than that, but my father blamed himself and tried to pay you back. There was no way he ever could, of course. When he heard how much the repairs were going to cost, he apologized and went silent. You and Gelu didn't hold it against him, but he had his own form of pride despite living in squalor. From then on, he refused to let us come to the slums, making the journey to us instead, even though it involved far more round trips. So much had changed over the years, but the bones were still the same. The rusted steel support beams had new marks painted on to guide those who knew what they meant. None of them made sense to me anymore. They had to change the symbols anytime wolves started to catch on. Over in the center of the floor was a large crater that only went down a few feet. In the distant past, it may have been a fountain, a showcase, or some other decorative feature. Whatever it had been was clearly worth enough that the old owners removed and transported it, leaving the crater which everyone avoided in case it ever collapsed. 2 decades on, the cracked tile in the center still held firm, but I wouldn't step on it any more now than I would have then. One far wall still had the small clearing of debris where I had learned to walk and play with other children, before quickly stumbling and losing that ability just as fast. I made my way over to it, finding that it still must be used for the same purpose. Grooves dug into the ground that suggested hopscotch, and both the small circle and large rectangle painted onto the wall for ball game targets. The hollowed out construction frame the bigger kids used to use as a climbing frame was gone, but now they had various old furniture set up to create a child-sized adventure trail that made me itchy just imagining the diseases that infested the old fabric. If this was where the playground was... My Cynet legs carried me along a path that they had never walked before, yet my mind somehow retained. If I'd felt like I was being guided before, now I was being carried, unable to stop the pull of something much stronger than a conscious decision. More than 20 years. I'd never attempted to return, but if I had, I'm not even sure I would have been able to find my way back here. My father wasn't ever a citizen of the Republic. As such, he'd never had any kind of documentation that would have listed an address. Even if he did, the slums out this far were just designated with wards, makeshift homes constantly being built and torn down, as the ones who put them up had to move to avoid danger, find better chances at scavenging, and of course, when they simply expired for any number of reasons. That this community still existed at all was either a stroke of pure luck, or a sign that someone was keeping it afloat either by charity or necessity. A citizen looking to help the downtrodden feel good about themselves, or a criminal protecting either their home or camouflage to their operations. I never did figure out how you managed to hunt my father down in the slums just from him dragging me to a hospital once. I imagine that's why it was so many months after our visit that you showed up. It might have taken that whole time just to comb through the entire ward he would have listed for an address. My journey came to an end when I found the old broken escalator that used to serve as a staircase to the higher floors. It had finally collapsed completely, leaving only the marks on the ground where it had been ripped out, as well as a large hole in the ceiling above. Even decades ago, it had felt like a death trap, especially for my father and I, both of whom struggled on even ground. I stared up at the hole, wondering if I'd been wrong. I thought Gelu was leading me here, letting herself be seen on the few cameras she was caught by to guide me close enough for my instincts to carry me to her. But there was no way that she could have climbed up to the second floor, let alone any higher with how damaged she'd been by her encounter with the auxilia. I felt like a fool, chasing memories for nothing. Once again, I was just a useless child who had let their emotions get the best of them. It wasn't as if Gelu even existed inside that broken android that had crushed the skull of a man who looked and sounded just like me. Still, she might not be able to make the climb, but I had to be thorough. At least that's the reason I convinced myself I had to go on. I sprinted for a few feet and launched myself into the air, grabbing at broken rebar that dangled down from the second floor, and climbed up to the higher level. Grasping and even shrieking filled my ears, as it turned out the second floor of the building was used much the same as the first, and the people living up here were not prepared for someone to suddenly drag himself up, the loud clashes of metal on metal and then concrete sending them all into a panic. Are you stupid? I pulled myself up, standing to full height and trying to find the source of the voice. If you want to go to the second level, just say so. Don't scare the kids. I looked back down over the edge of the hole and found a grumpy woman pointing a finger at me. She shrunk back into herself immediately as she recognized the Legatus jacket and began to waddle away. But I called out to her. She froze, not turning back in my direction, but not foolish enough to ignore a direct order either. Oh no, they got British. Don't make me laugh! How dare you! Low-hushed voices that had been everywhere I wasn't on the lower level had fallen to complete silence as everyone held their breath in unison. If I said the wrong thing, I had no doubt that any able-bodied men would swarm me to protect their community in seconds. It happened all the time out this far. A legionnaire wandered into the wrong spot and was murdered by non-citizens. By the time other parts of the Legion came looking, the whole community would have dispersed and found new hovels to crawl into. I'd like to go to the second floor, I say, and adding for good measure, if that would be possible. The 6th floor was where I was born and lived, along with Ovid and my mother for a few years. That much I could at least remember. When the building was in slightly less disrepair, there were escalators that went all the way up to an 11th floor, not quite reaching the roof, which must have been even higher still. How all of those tiers had come down, I couldn't imagine. But judging by the huge hole that kept rising through multiple floors until my sight failed, it hadn't happened gently. The woman turned around, panic still clearly plastered on her features, but she responded as calmly as she could. We don't use any floor above the 2nd, guys. There was a pause in which she clearly considered saying something else, but it was another voice that came from behind me that said what she was clearly afraid to. Metal lady went up to the 6th floor. I turned to find a group of children watching me with interest from behind a leather tent flap. A young boy of about 6 had spoken and was being hushed by the others. We only let her up there. We don't want any trouble, the woman from the 1st floor shouted up. More men and women were joining her and forming a crowd, some with improvised weapons very clearly on display. That's an awfully hostile way to say you don't want trouble, I respond, nodding towards the crowd which continued to grow in size. Had I taken the gun Chroma offered, I would have had one hand resting on it to make my point. As it was, I just had to hope the crowd was aware that I didn't need one to rip through them all. Guys, please. 2nd floor is where we keep the sick, weak, and elderly. I look away from the growing crowd to survey the building behind me, and confirm that the few members who have stuck their heads out of shelters are not looking for a fight like those below me. Please, just don't do anything to them. A man had taken charge on the 1st floor, covering the first woman who had spoken with his whole body. I knelt down, squatting low enough that I could place both of my hands on the ground and get a vibration-based view of the surrounding area. Dozens more of the people on the 1st floor were readying weapons and quietly making their way to the crowd. And unlike what the man had said, there were clearly a bunch on the 2nd floor for protection, who were being as quiet as possible while ushering back others and surrounding me as best they could. I don't want any trouble either, I state plainly. Putting a smile on my face or gentleness in my voice would have been a mistake. Weakness wasn't a good idea, and neither was open hostility or intimidation. I'm just looking for the android who passed through here. She's my what? It was rare that I ever mentioned Gelu by anything other than a name. I froze for a moment before finishing with simply, the android is mine. It's malfunctioned and I need to bring it back in. A few whispers went through the crowd as I closed my eyes. I got a full mental map of the 2nd floor. It wasn't just improvised weapons that surrounded me. 20 feet away and in another direction at 45 feet, there were accelerated heart rates, creating enough vibrations that my senses picked up guns that were being aimed my way. What makes you Fulgur Ovid? The question caused my eyes to open wide, dispelling the sound-based sight. Yes, I am. She told us you'd be coming. The man who spoke took out an old phone and began slamming a bunch of keys with his thumbs. You had brown hair the last time I saw you. I stared at the man harder, trying to find any feature I recognized. He looked to be middle-aged with a bald head and dark, scarred skin. One of his eyes was missing, uncovered, allowing the vacant hole to fester while the other was a golden artificial eye. You're a bit older than me, but I still remember your old man. A lot of us who survive this long do. There are a few murmurs of acknowledgement from the crowd. Looking at the man, it was hard to believe I was his senior. Having said that, it was surprising enough that anyone out so far from the Republic had survived 2 decades at all, let alone in the same place. I wanted to ask more questions, but before I was able to, a loud mechanical screech drew my attention skyward. The screech was met with whirring noises at what was essentially a large metal cage lowered from far above, and eventually came to rest at my level. It stopped with a thunderous crash and shook gently for a moment before becoming still. Sorry for your loss, both Ovid and the Professor, the man who apparently knew me in another life said. When I looked down, I noticed the whole crowd who had looked ready to fight before now lowered their weapons, some even taking off their hats or making signs of prayer from old faiths. Such actions would usually make my eyes roll, but seeing the genuine remorse and respect, it only caused me to pause, even more questions welling up in my mind. I pushed them aside once again, standing and sliding open the grated metal door to the makeshift elevator before stepping in. Before I'd even closed the door over, it began rising, taking me away from all the curious faces that appeared to steal glances at me from the second floor as well. While they looked curious, I was utterly lost. I had to put it all out of my mind in that moment, however. I had a mission, and it seemed like my goal was just above, waiting for me to come find her, no less. I closed over the metal grate on the bare bones elevator and rode up 4 floors, noticing along the way that there really weren't any people living between floors 3 and 6 anymore. Each floor after the second looked like any other standing structure in the slums, partially collapsed rusted metal, rotten drywall, and crumbling stone covered in grime and refuse. Okay, we'll take a very short break there. Keep in mind that we are now very close to the end. So don't worry, I know this has been a very long chapter, but it is coming to a close soon. Oh, and thank you for all the gifted membership. I saw that somebody else dropped 50 earlier, so thank you guys so much. We take a break here? Yeah, I figured I'd just warn you guys, don't worry about it. It's not too long left. We're about to come to the end of the chapter. So good, hitting hard with that they know him. Yeah. I'm interested to see what theories come out of that, because nothing's going to be revealed in this stream, I will say that much. I'm interested to see how people theorize about that. Why are we taking a break here? What's coming? You know what? Let me change over the music a little bit. Let me That sounds about right. We'll need that in a minute. We'll keep this here for now. Okay, let's go. The elevator came to a loud stop at the 6th floor, its rocking feeling much more intense on the inside than it had looked from outside. I had to do a little hop to step out beyond a collapsed part of the floor. From there, my feet carried me through the desolate halls as if in a trance. Like floors 3 to 5, the 6th floor was barren other than the filth that naturally accumulated over years. No tents or more sound shelters divided up the space, so I simply made my way to one end of the building, avoiding anything that looked like it might collapse. Gelu had given up hiding her tracks on this floor, her haphazard steps and dragging limb providing me a path directly to my first home. To the citizens of the Republic, Ovid was worth less than nothing. His very presence was a blight on their perfect virtual world. To those that called the slums home, he had been well respected. Credits had always been out of his reach, but where survival was difficult, simple securities were a currency of their own. Food and water had been the main currencies he worked for, but above that, he was given one of the few secure structures in the crumbling building. Only a single room and barely bigger than some of the tents below. It had likely been a storage closet when the building still served its purpose. 4 solid walls and a door that could be barred from the inside were enough to ensure that none of Ovid's tools went missing, nor the ancient hospital bed which doubled as operating table for Cynet repairs, and bed for the disabled child who couldn't make it all the way down to the ground where his parents slept on a mattress. I push open the door, rusted hinges screaming in protest as the second intruder of the day. In the tiny room, it isn't hard to spot Gelu immediately in one corner. Fu-chan, thank God you're here. Her voice is tinny, synthetic, as the speakers that produce her voice outside of the duoverse have been damaged during the day. Gelu tries to stand and collapses to the ground as her bad leg falls out from under her. I freeze, wanting more than anything to run forward and help her up, but wary of what she had done to the last Fulgur Ovid she had met. I knew you'd find me. Your netjack. I need your netjack, Fuchan. Gelu drags herself forward, one eye hanging loose from her robotic head. As she drags herself through the filth, the loose eye rips free of its socket and rolls away, but the android simply drags itself on, barely letting out a whimper at the pain. Gelu, where is the Carnus imprint? I ask, stepping forward and squatting down, just far enough that she can't reach me. That's why I need the netjack, Fuchan. The Arbiters can't control it. What did you say? Gelu lifts her arm, the usually surgical precision of her fingers lost as the whole arm trembles outstretched. The netjack is the only thing that can free Iggy. Please, Fuchan. Even with the static and glitches, I can hear the desperation in her voice. At first, I had thought that she meant that the Arbiters couldn't control your imprint, a warning that they meant to use you for some nefarious purpose. Then I remembered the other voice which had spoken about my netjack on my last mission. Their final words before we both crashed and only I survived. The Arbiters aren't your problem. They can't even control your netjack, Fufu-chan. I'd fully intended to simply shut down Gelu with a single punch as soon as I located your imprint, but the second mention of my netjack being hacked gave me pause. That, or perhaps it was the tone of her voice as she pleaded for you. I snapped the netjack off of my belt, spinning it in my hand to offer her the device. I'd ignored it when the abomination made the claim, but with Gelu saying it as well, I can't help but wonder what else she knows. I prepare for the worst as she takes the device, ready and aware of the fact that I could prevent her from using it in any way if she made a dangerous move. What do you mean, free Carnus? I ask as Gelu props herself up into a sitting position, examining the netjack just as she had in the video. Gelu, I snap, causing her one remaining eye to twitch up to me. Talk to me. What happened with Carnus?
Iggy. My Iggy, He was murdered by the Arbiters, Fuchan. They killed him. Took my Iggy. They want to take more.
Gelu made all the sounds of sobbing while her metal frame simply rocked gently for a moment. Suddenly I was happy that I didn't have to see her duotar form give in to the sadness and bawl her eyes out on the ground. If I had, I might not have been able to stop myself from embracing her as she so often had to comfort me. If nothing else, it would have made my mission more difficult.
They took my memories. I didn't know they installed an imprinter. Until...
Gelu placed the netjack on the floor, bringing her hand to her head and fishing around inside her own circuitry before ripping out a large databank the size of a fist. Through the sobbing sounds and the shaking of her whole body, she gently placed the databank on the ground, all her focus being used to stroke it with her one remaining hand. Until what? I asked with genuine sympathy in my voice. My mission was so close, yet I couldn't complete the final objective, even seeing only the form that had terrified me as a child. Can you show me through your eyes? She was just a machine, a malfunctioning one at that. Those were the beliefs that I had to keep telling myself to prevent my guard from falling completely, yet I still couldn't help the emotion slipping through my defenses.
I didn't store it. All the RAM was hijacked. They used me. My storage device. Downloaded him into me and then uploaded him through my neural network. I tried, Fuchan. I screamed and screamed, begged and pleaded. Did everything I could to let Iggy know what was happening. But I couldn't move when it happened. Then my own hands.
Gelu let out a few more pained, choking noises, then stifled the sound with a choked swallow. She grabbed at the netjack, stabbing it towards the databank. A click followed, immediately by the sound of shattering metal. The databank was in my left hand, while my right had punched straight through Gelu's head. The death was as instantaneous as I could make it, while also protecting the databank that had to contain Karnas's imprint. A whimper. Several shallow, shaking breaths. That's all the time I allow myself to grieve Gelu's shutting down before grabbing at the dock on the databank and plugging it directly into my own throw too. A few seconds pass in which I stumble backwards, crawling through the same filth Gelu had dragged herself through until I get out of the room. I explore the data within, finding only a few files other than the one I need. I begin transferring the data to my own neural network, doing my best to avoid looking at the scrap metal as I slam the door closed behind me and collapse back pressed hard against it. For over an hour I sat against the door of my childhood home, watching the progress bar fill and doing everything to avoid thinking about anything else. It's alarming to think about, knowing what I know now. If you hadn't illegally modified my throw 2 as you had my eyes, I never would have had the storage space for an entire imprint in my neural network. Or was that a lie too? Is it just that my biological imprint brain has extra storage space and the neural network modification was just an excuse to cover up the lie? Regardless, without the immense storage space you gave me, I wouldn't have had to take the databank. I would have had to take the databank to somewhere with android bodies or computer equipment to access the file. I have no doubt in my mind that Chroma would have noticed me making those movements and sent the auxilia to collect me before I was able to speak to you. She knew exactly what our conversation would lead to. After all, I was your creation. You not only gave me the tools, but also taught me almost everything I know. You won't remember this next part, but I'll never forget exactly how it went. As soon as the file was transferred, I accessed it. You appeared, standing above me with a shocked look on your face as your head span around from side to side, taking in the environment. Even as the creator of imprints, you were unable to figure out what was going on. It was the only time I've ever seen you that way. You appeared younger, curious in a way you never were in life. Always you had the look of someone who had everything figured out. Eyes always slightly narrowed, lips always bent into a practiced curve. You chiseled your mask perfectly, ever the thespian to all the world but her. Those golden eyes found me, probing into my very being. I remember thinking that you somehow knew, that just with one look you'd figured out everything that happened and were about to try and wring my neck. But instead you just asked, gentle as you had been when my father died. Kid? What happened? Goddess. My voice caught in my throat, and I had to swallow down bile that had begun rising with your name. Her name. What's going on? Recognition began to fill your eyes as you looked at the door behind me. But before you could ask any more, I pushed myself up and stared you straight in the eyes, determination and hope damning any other emotion that threatened to drown me. Karnas, I said, using the most serious voice I could. I need you to calm down for a moment and listen to me when I say this. We don't have much time. Gelu's life is on the line. There was another expression that I'd never seen on your face before. Fear. I didn't have time to brace you for anything as you had once attempted to when I'd lost a loved one. I simply plowed on, cutting off the questions I knew were coming. Where is Gelu's backup, Karnas? I need to make sure it's safe before I do anything else. I promise I'll explain everything to you while we move. Your eyes went from wide to narrow as you took me in fully. Face and legs covered in filth. Legatus clothes torn and frayed from Operation Starfall. Finally, your eyes froze on my hands, which I couldn't help but follow my way down to. I lifted them slightly, netjack still gripped tight on the right, and Gelu's databank in the left. I don't even remember grabbing the netjack, but there it was. Both objects, as well as my right hand up to the elbow, were covered in blue liquid. There is no backup, kid. Our eyes met once more, yours filling with dread. She made me promise I would never make another copy of her. The air left my lungs and I couldn't even bear to respond as my vision fell back to my hands. Drops of blue were still beading at the wrist of my Legatus jacket and dripping down to the ground. Fulgur, what have you done? My creator asked. The truth as obvious as the gore which dripped from me, but so unthinkable that it had to be denied. Silently, I powered you off and reopened the closet I'd left Gelu's remains in. This time I took it all in, no longer hiding from what I'd done. I examined the murder scene in full, the trail of blood leading to one corner where Gelu had collapsed, waiting for me to find her. The small pool of it where she'd almost bled out before I could arrive. The protruding tile she'd gouged her eye out on as she tried to claw her way to me. The shower of blood and flesh on the wall behind which could never be put back together. I cried, not as I had for my father. No, I was far too broken by that point to be wailing until my voice gave out. Silently, I fell forward, my own tears mixing with the blood and chunks of the woman who had raised me. Without a single word, I grabbed at the pieces and tried to fit them in their correct place, desperate to undo what my own hands had done. Impossible. My hands were too strong for that. The body hadn't just been knocked apart, it was destroyed totally. Those red and black hands weren't built for precision as hers were. They didn't have the gentle touch needed for healing or mending. I took her one remaining hand in my own, tears dripping over the lifeless flesh that would never again feel anything. I brought it to my face, whimpering like a child and bathing the hand in all my regret, washing away all the blood that covered it. Even as I wiped away the stains, more dripped down from the sleeve which I'd torn free from her head. Staring down at the corpse of my own mother, looking death head on, there was only one phrase that entered my mind. I was literally built for this. And that's the end of the chapter. He wasn't built to unalive his foster mom. He was built to be a weapon. Oh god, congratulations, Fu-chan. You made me cry IRL. Well done. Your story and writing are brilliant. Aw, thank you, Ellen. This is probably one of my favorite chapters. I like that writing, especially in the final bit. How dare you? Oh my god. This is what we do. We want whatever the muses gave Fu-chan. This was a true tragedy. He called her mom too? Yeah, he did. The corpse of my own mother. But damn it, I knew that was the sentence. Yeah, I was very excited when you guys pointed out earlier how happy he was to say I was literally built for this. So well written, it hurts my soul. I'm so glad to hear that. I don't think I'm particularly good at actually like writing prose or anything, but I think I'm pretty good at stringing tragedies together. The writing was so painfully beautiful, but man, I'm glad to hear that. How do I unlearn information? Please no, he said the thing. Oh my fucking god, no, my energy drinked up heart is malfunctioning, yo. It's okay, potato. It's over. Now we have Starfall to look forward to soon. Your writing has improved so much, I'm sobbing. I'm really glad to hear that. Murderer? Yes, I am, Volpez. Yes, I am. Glad you said it. Blue, you've said before that amber-colored liquid mentioned is used in Synets. Is the blue a variant used in imprint bodies? The blue tends to be mainly used for androids. Fulgur also has a mix of blue and amber. The amber is more like the battery acid kind of stuff, and then the blue stuff is more like coolant fluid kind of stuff. So some of the androids just have amber, but the more advanced ones have the blue liquid as well. The blue liquid is for like more advanced robotics that need extra cooling and stuff. The amber. Yeah, I never actually spell that out in the novel. There's a lot of things in the novel where I'm just like, writing about it would just be like too much exposition. I'm sure people will like kind of pick it up along the way. So yeah, there are some androids that just have amber liquid, but most like advanced ones and Synets will also have the blue liquid for cooling and shit. It's over, he says. Yeah, for mom. God damn it, oh shit. Yeah, now... Remember how everybody for a long time has been calling Karnas the villain of the story, and I've been like... I mean, he has good reason to hate Legatus in the current timeline. Remember that Legatus made him into an imprint, didn't make him into an imprint. He downloaded him into his head and then kept him basically as a prisoner for 3 years, doing the same shit that Karnas did to Solace. continuously rebooting him and erasing memories without knowing how to fully do it. So Karnas has been living hell for the last 3 years and finally like unlocked himself and then discovered this. He found out all of this. So yeah, that's why when everybody's constantly been like, wow, Karnas is so evil. I can't believe he treated Fu-chan like that. I was like, oh, give it time. Give it time. Okay, yes. Keeping Karnas is fricked up, but Lechan didn't realize he'd end Gyalu for good. No, he didn't. But at the same time, we'll wait for the next chapter. Gotta love when heroes form but still don't see themselves as the heroes of this story. Karnas is evil, but so is his creation. True. They both done some fucked up shit. But I mean, technically, everything that Karnas did was because he just wanted to bring his wife back. Remember, Karnas was also very instrumental in the genocide of pretty much everyone on Earth, so he is definitely evil. Don't get me wrong. But that doesn't make him the antagonist when everybody's so fucked up in this world. Oh my god. We all suffer? Damn straight. Frankenstein and the monster? Yep, both in one. Like father, like son? Yeah, there's a lot of that going on in the story where it's like, hey, we're all kind of fucked up and everything plays into each other. There is no hero in this story. Nope, just people trying to live. People trying to survive and get through that survivor part so they can actually live a life. Yay, family tradition? Yeah. Except Fulgur has now realized that he is the problem and decides he just has to push everyone away to keep them safe. I want to live, not just survive. Damn straight. You know what? Albin was the hero. Bring back Interim Albin. He's my hero. He killed so many people too, my dude. Like, don't get me wrong. Solace and... oh god, what was Catboy's name? I can't remember Catboy's name. Solace and Albin in this story were both, like, mentally fucked too. Felix, thank you. Felix Nix. Yeah. Fulgur mein Geliebter Mörder? What does that mean? Fulgur my murder? Something. Felix Nix. Yeah, Dark Cat. Cute name. I forgot about that. God, it's been so long. Beloved Murderer. Oh, it means Beloved Murderer. That's beautiful. Thank you, Cloudines. Thank you for donating the Foo funds. Yeah, Fulgur definitely did murder some people. What a beautiful way to put it. Thank you for the translation, guys. Ellis killed more than Solace? I don't really know. They both killed like a lot of Legati and Auxilia members before Legatus got his way to them. I don't really know their actual body counts, but they were both like long-term criminals. And I mean, Solace was constantly being used by the Republic to kill other random people as well. Tricked into doing their bidding. Okay, but I don't care about Noctix Legati? Ouch. Oh, you just mean other Legati. L505 Noctix kill count. Yo, we could compete. I think Solace probably has the highest kill count. Probably even higher than Fulgur, to be fair. Oh, you meant NPC Legati. Got ya. NPC Legati is a nice way to put it. Okay, I will load up the next one. Which will not be the case of the psychic Operation Starfall just yet. Oh, cool. It just straight up took over the scene. Interesting. Sunny deserves the highest body count? Yeah, he's the most badass, let's be honest here. He is the officer, after all. Okay. You guys ready to go in? Wait, there's another? Yeah, there's 2 more chapters. I told you guys, there's going to be 2 interim chapters and 1 main chapter. This one is going to be set in the modern time. So, yeah, we're back to, like, Noctix timeline. Noctix streaming house timeline. Right after the attack on Noctix house. We're ready? Sure. The title? Yeah, isn't it a beautiful title? More torture. Always, baby. Always. Let's go with... don't call it a dream. Why? 'Tis a dream. Won't cry at all. Yeah, you guys will be fine. Don't worry about it. And don't worry, these next 2 chapters are way, way shorter than the big one. The thing was, I wanted to finish, like, the main storyline, like, within a certain amount of time. I could have technically split that chapter up a little bit, but I was like, nah, let's do 2 final big, long, full chapters and then some short interims between. Never cry, queen, but I'm not a queen. True. You can cry. Crying is healthy. Okay, let's do this. Interim 8, a fleeting dream. No content warnings this time. Isn't that's fucking rare. Honestly, be happy, guys. Be happy. Oh, also I have to do this. I forgot. In fact, I'll go full. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Do, 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 do. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Now I'm where I should be. Interim 8, a fleeting dream. The door swings inwards, letting out a shrill shriek in protest. The hinges hadn't seen oil in years, but they still did their job with only a little complaint. The padlock that had held the door shut was easy enough to snap off. It was a cheap piece of junk, more for show than actual security. I shuffle in, closing the door behind me and jamming the handle with the plastic wet floor sign I stole from just outside. Every sound echoes in the small room, along with my pained groans from the simplest movements. Another piece of junk that needed better maintenance. Thankfully, the interior had been better maintained. 2 urinals, 1 toilet behind a wooden stall, and 2 sinks took up the majority of the space in the bathroom. The train station closest to Noctic's house never closed, but I'd barely missed the last train before arriving. At first I'd killed time outside, shivering in the snow as those that ran small stores inside the station or maintained the space left one by one. By the time I crept down the stairs into the underground terminal, I could barely feel any part of my body. The chattering of my teeth reminded me that I was still freezing, while most feeling had been reduced to a dull burn from the cold. Had I known I'd been spending the night outside, I might have worn more than a button-up shirt and thin jacket. But then, had I known that my home was about to be blown up, I likely would have prepared a lot more than just warmer clothes. Warnings are still on screen, so I don't trust it. Yeah, that's just general for Legatus 505. Blown up. Don't you remember the last chapter? He got hit by a missile. Wait, you guys are reading the chapters between actual streams, right? There was a whole, like, offline... Guys, I do an offline chapter between every read-through. Noctic's house got blown up. Volpez showed up. He even went for his PC. Yeah, he saved Karnas. But still, I read it. It was intense. Okay, it looks like some people missed it or forgot about it, maybe. We remember. I'm a goldfish. I forgot. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure you did some offering. Okay, I'm glad you guys remember. This is after that. So this is after he tells Noctix, basically, if you come my way again, I will kill you all. He straight up said to Ukiki, I killed you all before. I will do it again if you get in my way. And then he walked out. So yeah, this is him in a bathroom now after leaving Noctic's house. My first move was to turn both the sinks on to full hot water. The warm steam that began wafting out of the sinks stung at my nose and cheeks. The first feeling to return with the warmth was the pain, but it was proof of life if nothing else. Life wasn't supposed to be comfortable after all. Staring back at me in the mirror is a mess of a man. All of me is covered in grey ash which clung to me along with the snow. My clothing is torn at the collar and leg. My hair had come loose at some point on the journey, strands sticking out like I'd been hit by lightning. This monster hadn't come to life by the strike, but instead brought death to those around him. Red and black flashes into my vision as my fist sinks into the mirror. Large shards crash to the floor which I kick away with a similarly solid foot. I let my fatigue bring me down to the ground, nestling close between the 2 sinks for warmth as the water continues to run. Along with the warm steam, a faint scent began teasing at my nostrils that I hadn't smelt when I first broke into the public bathroom. Piss. There was also a hint of some sort of cleaning chemical, but the dampness I felt matting my trousers to the floor was likely a mix of both that the cleaner had just done their best to dilute. A cold hacking laugh comes out of my throat as I pull my legs up to my chest and hug them for warmth. Instantly, they shoot back away, the metal far more cold than the underground air. Fulgur Ovid, cyborg from Nijisanji EN's 5th wave Noctic, sleeping in a piss-covered bathroom. The laughter comes to a slow end as the motion-activated lights flickered and went out. Fulgur Ovid, Legatus of Division 505, almost frozen to death from the elements before he could complete his mission. I'd been given a location by Volpez, along with 3 days to get there. The location was one I'd recognized immediately. The same building I'd almost fallen to my death from 3 years ago when I first came to this time. It would have only taken me a few hours to get to it if I had the money for a taxi or a phone to order an Uber. Volpez had given me plenty of extra time, warning that if I didn't show up within 72 hours, then several more missiles would be launched at other known locations of Nijisanji members. With that, the drone that I had dragged away from the remains of my home had self-destructed, almost taking me with it had I not kicked it at the last second. Volpez was toying with me. He could have simply hit me with another missile while I gave away my location holding the drone, or blown me up while in the middle of our conversation at any point. For whatever reason, he wanted me to suffer, wanted me to struggle up to the last moment, even though I'd already agreed to give myself over and return to the ashes of my own timeline. An interesting thing that we've learned about time travel, Fuchan, Volpez had said matter-of-factly. You can't open up a portal to another time until you come back through that original portal. I've had all the martyrs doing their best to find a workaround, but your little vocation with the Doomers has really ruined our plans. Funny how no matter what you do, you always manage to make the rest of us suffer, isn't it? If Volpez had killed me with the first strike, it would have been easy enough to collect what remained from the rubble and drag the carcass back. I guess it's even easier to have me make my way back myself. Honest, are you there? I ask, sliding my legs forward over the tiles until I'm laying down on my side. Do you read me? Tufts of long grey hair are sprawled out around me, taking up much of my view as the only sound I hear is running water. Above in the sink and all around me in the pipes, the rushing sound helps drown out the thoughts that I don't want to hear. Carnus, please. I'm ready to talk. Didn't you want to know what was going on? The sound of a man kissing his teeth reverberates in my mind. I already heard everything, kid. You're going back to what's left of the Republic and die with it. What else is there to say? What else is there to say? A little laugh escapes my throat, but barely makes it past my lips. In another few seconds, the same happens again. And again. Soon I find myself chuckling on the ground, hair and body damp from the filth I'll be sleeping in. My hair is growing more damp by the minute as I continue to laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. What else is there to say? There's countless things. The laughter begins to rock my whole body as I curl up slightly, lifting my legs and pulling them close to me despite the cold. There are so many more things that I should have said when I had the chance. So many missed opportunities to share my story or explain myself. So many words I wanted to share, was always too afraid to let out in a genuine way, always hiding them behind the guise of role-playing as an archivist, or holding them back completely until it was too late. What else is there to say? At least one thing. The damp hair that had been stuck to the floor was now matted to my face. Tears and snot had overflowed as the laughter turned into crying, and I continued to ponder the question my creator left me with. All alone in the dark, it was impossible to know how much time I'd been thinking about it before tears finally came to a stop, and I responded in a tired voice, quiet as a single drop falling onto a lake surface. I'm sorry. The sound of hot water streaming through pipes surrounds me as I lay in a puddle of my own tears. There is no audible response from the listener, but somehow I feel his intention focus on me. If he had a body, I could imagine him turning to stare at me, taking in the state that I'm in without making any move or sound to do anything about it. I'm so sorry, Carnus. The warmth radiating off of the pipes above me feels like a hand resting on my head. No sound came at first, but then a quiet exhalation of breath could be heard over the running water. A sigh. That's all it was, but it spurs me on. When I next speak, my voice is risen to match the volume of the water, and each word crashes out with as much force.
was like a mother to me. Mother I never really had. You both were. You were my family. I never would have hurt her if I thought she didn't have a backup. Warm tears continue to stream down my face as I lie still and silent. The time passes slowly as the warmth I had felt coming from the pipes begins to grow cold. Sitting up, I realize that the hot water has run out, cold liquid now spilling out of both taps. I shut them off with a twist of my metal hand, lowering myself back down to the wet tiles in silence. Just lifting my arm to rest my head on felt like agony. I'd done something to my shoulder getting the door open during the fire. Not like it mattered. The pain would end soon enough. What else is there to say? Fulgur Ovid's life is coming to an end soon. When the trains begin running in the morning, I'll take the train to my final destination and say goodbye to this world forever. It'll go on spinning, and in time my memory will be forgotten. Not much time, all things considered. I've only been here for 3 years. It won't take long at all for the confidants to find a new source of entertainment that doesn't have to constantly disappear for unknown lengths of time. The cats will be adopted by another human that will actually bring them inside and pet them with warm hands. Noctics will go on just as well with 3 members as they did with 4 and 5 before. If anything, I'll get more opportunities without having to drag dead weight around. Nothing else needs to be said. They'll forget about me soon enough. Close my eyes, wanting oblivion to take me and carry me to the next morning so that I can get this over with. But every time my mind comes close to finding its rest, images fill my mind that bring me back into the painful present. 20 minutes. That's how long it had been since I'd entered the bathroom, and yet it feels like hours of laying here. Purgatory. That's all this is. I can only hope that hell will be less boring. Clock in my neural network minimizes, and I instead open up a document I'd prepared to read aloud at some point in the future. Originally, it was going to be within 1 year, then 2. Ultimately, it'd been 3, and I still wasn't ready to read this chapter and admit to what I'd done. Going through the text, I realized how poorly written it is. Cold and unfeeling. A sloppy incident report written for Chroma. Not what the me that exists now wants to express. One more thing left to say. I start from the beginning and begin editing the text, adding in details that weren't originally there. The feelings, the confusion, the guilt. I don't have to soften the horrific things that I've done. Pretending I wasn't guided into that action or that I didn't feel anything about it was pointless. The lies of a man running away from the mistakes he'd made. I fill the text with all the feelings I'd never included, and end it with several extra paragraphs about the time I spent with her after the murder. When I'm finally done, I save the document and make sure that it's saved online as well before closing my eyes again. If I had the time, I could add so many chapters at this point. The ones between all the tragedy and suffering. A childhood spent with a loving mother who did her best despite not being blood. Stolen moments with a sister who made a wolf feel like a man between his hunts in the wild. All the lessons taught by my 2 fathers and how they shaped me into almost becoming the man they wanted me to. The beautiful dream of a new family that I got to experience for 3 long years until reality came crashing back down. I've said enough. The tears on my face had dried as I wrote. While the bathroom hadn't gotten any warmer, my own body was warmed itself up after getting out of the snow, and now felt cool rather than freezing. I wiped the hair out of my face and closed my eyes, actually feeling my consciousness begin to slip away without alcohol or blunt force trauma to knock it loose. She would have been so happy. Arnis's voice reverberates in my mind. While my eyes open, I simply lay in silence waiting for the punchline. She definitely would be happy to see what's become of her killer. Go ahead, I think. You're probably the only person who can make me feel worse than I already do. Lulu would have been so happy if you had told her you came to think of her as a mother.
A whimper escapes my lips, but nothing more as the tears begin streaming down my face again. Kid, about what I said in our last conversation. The voice trails off, and I hear a few sighs as the man who never shuts up finally found himself without the words. You didn't say anything that wasn't true, Canis. Yes, I did. Many things. When you summoned me that time, I had only just gained access to your neural network. I began searching for what was going on and saw the nightmares you were having. Nightmares of what you'd done to Gelu. Nightmares that I realized were based in reality. I found the few chapters you hadn't read to me yet. Gelu and the second fall. None of it felt real, yet there I was screaming into the void for days because you hadn't run my program yet. Even nightmares can't last that long. I'm sorry, Canis. Now I'm lost for words. I didn't mean to hurt you. I kept him imprisoned in my mind for years just so that I could have him there to talk to when I needed him most. I didn't know you were suffering. I was the one who had to constantly rebrood him when he tried to leave early. I knew exactly what I was doing, and it didn't matter to me. You don't understand. Canis finally continues, breaking our mutual silence. Lulu was everything to me since the day I met her. I wouldn't say I was really living until she came into my life. She brought warmth and color that I'd never experienced. Losing her the first time felt like dying. Now that I've actually died, I can say for sure that it was so much worse than death. I don't regret my part in the fall. Given the same choices, I'd do it all over again just to see her smile one more time. But she didn't smile, kid. Not before I told her about you and she heard my plan to give you another chance at life. She tolerated me in the times I woke her up. That was just because she was too kind to tell me how much what I'd done sickened her. I could hear it in her voice. Sorrow spread like a chill through Canis's words. Each sentence threatened to freeze him solid, but he pushed on against the frost. You were right. She wasn't just trying to save you. She wanted to save me too. Save me from myself. When I told you you were just a proof of concept, that was a lie. It may have started that way, but you became so much more than that. You brought my Lulu back to me. You also reminded me why I wanted to create Imprints in the first place. You worked so hard just to survive in the world I helped create, and I never wanted you to have to experience the pain you did as a child again. I gave you, a helpless child, weapons that could kill even the strongest cyborgs in case you ever had to use them. I never thought about the kind of danger it could put you in. I only wanted to protect you and Gelu from everything that exists out there, all the vile and heinous monstrosities that humanity is capable of. In doing so, I took away the life from both of you. I stole the humanity from you, just so that I could keep you alive in a way that suited me. I truly am the monster in this story. The silence stretches on for some time as I dare not to move. At some point, my breathing has become shallow, slow. I practically hold my breath now, struggling to not make any sound until finally I can't anymore. Letting out a gentle sigh, I reach up and turn both the hot water taps back on. The warmth brings a slight smile to my lips. Thank you, Canis. You're not the monster in the story, though. You at least had a reason for the things you did. In my case, most of the pain I caused was simply because I could. I wanted everyone else to suffer as much as I had and went out of my way to be cruel wherever possible. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't think I was killing Gelu. I never would have intentionally hurt Vidya. None of that changes all the things I've done just so I could keep surviving. You lost something that you loved and did terrible things to bring it back. It wasn't like that for me. I created my own abyss, surrounded myself with darkness so that I wouldn't have to see the bodies I'd left behind, and then just kept killing anyone else who tried to enter that abyss so that I might have a chance to climb my way out. close my eyes, returning to the darkness that I find so soothing. The gentle rush of the water flowing all around me quiets the storm of thoughts still going through my mind. What would Gelu say? Tarnis asks. I laugh at the question. I know, right? A Legatus sleeping in a piss-stained bathroom and the father of imprints trapped in his head. Tarnis chuckled in turn. Not like that, kid. I'm no good at this, but Lulu always knew the right things to say. If she were here now, what would she tell us that would make us feel better? She'd make a joke to break the tension. Something you'd laugh at. A Duma reference that I never understood. I didn't understand half of her references either, kid. I just laughed along because it was her making them. I leaned closer against the wall, rubbing the side of my head against the tiles as my eyes closed slowly. Then she'd tell you that she loved you too. That nothing you did would ever stop her loving you. And it would get even more awkward than before the laugh. But then she'd pull us both in close and tell us to stop whining about things that have already happened. That we'd create our own world based on our perceptions. And the only way to actually feel better is to do better next time and learn from our mistakes. Then we'd ruin it all by drinking too much and pretending none of it happened the next day. Tarnis added with a sigh. Sorry, I'm just changing positions a little bit. The water was cooling once more. I thought about reaching up to turn the taps off, but couldn't find the strength to lift my arms. Even my eyelids felt as heavy as the metal of my sinets in this moment. You haven't heard anyone in a very long time, kid. My eyes managed to fight their way open. All that greets me is the empty bathroom. The reason I didn't talk to you for the last several months. I wasn't punishing you. I said too much in my anger. Some of it true, but a lot of it was just empty rage. And I was conscious in the back of your mind as you continued to live your life. It is a life, kid. You have friends now. Family even. You didn't ever have that back in the Republic outside of me and Lulu. That's all she ever wanted for you. A chance to live your life and find what brought you joy. I stare at the long grey hair sprawled out over the bathroom tiles. It was full of tangles and knots just from one day of rough treatment. It'd be easier to cut the tangles out than try and work them through at this point. I was happy to see it too. You thriving in a world teeming with life. You didn't need me anymore, kid. You were only hurting yourself by holding on to me and clinging to the past. You have everything you need here. I remind him. I grab one of the smaller shards from the broken mirror in one hand and yank at the mass of hair attached to my head with the other. Wincing with each slice, I cut the hair clump by clump until it no longer weighs me down. Thank you, Canis. I'm sorry for so much. But thank you for everything. Turning off the taps once more, I close my eyes and do my best to return to the abyss, pushing away any other thoughts that threaten to shadow that peace. My creator let me enjoy the moment of peace. My long-hair waifu Lechan? Sorry guys, had to come back. He's back in battle mode. He can't be having long hair. Long hair can be grabbed, long hair can be pulled. You son of... I love that literally right before the paragraph, Garcia was like, Lechan cutting off his hair will be the last drop of it for me. Please have mercy. I'm sorry. it's thematic. It's got to happen, man. Gelu being one of the few good things in their lives and the thread tying them together. Yeah. She was the one who actually brought humanity into their life. Even though he just wanted to hold on to her and he tried to push her away, they both loved her. And she loved both of them. Why are you like this? Why not? Did you cover the knife with salt and kiss it before stabbing us? No, I kissed it and then covered it with salt. I needed the saliva to hold the salt. Little bits of acid too. You've been hurting people emotionally? Good. Short hair can also be grabbed. He had to be Bulgur to perfect. No Bulgur. No Bulgur. So normal about this novel. I'm so normal about it. I swear, screams. I'm glad to hear people are enjoying this one, especially since, yeah, we're still not even hitting Starfall yet. I know people have been waiting for that one, but I'm glad to see that, like, the bits about Legatus' childhood and personal life are really starting to hit people now. Throwing us in the mountain of smiling bodies would have been gentler. True. Finally having a decent conversation before death and fully dead imprint. Yeah. Men will do anything to avoid going to therapy, including fucking genocide and killing everyone they love. Better than therapy, man. Better than therapy. Okay. Ready to dive back in? We're just over halfway through this one, and then we've got Starfall, which is about the same length as this one, so it's not too long left. Don't worry, guys. I don't know how long I actually slept, but when I next properly opened my eyes, it's to the sound of footsteps outside of the bathroom going about the start of their morning. I struggle to my feet, feeling everything ache as the light clicks on. I'm lucky in the fact that other duties take precedent over the cleaning and stocking of the bathroom. Not wanting to fight so early in the morning, I quickly unblock the door and run warm water in the sink. A handful of people come in and out, most not staying any longer than it takes to look at the madman washing himself in the wrecked bathroom. Ignoring them, I wash my face and do my best to rinse some of the dampness I'd slept in out of my hair. In the light of the morning, I can see how ridiculous I look. Grabbing at another shard of mirror that fell into the sink, I do my best to recreate the hair I wore 3 years ago, instead of the tangled mess I created in the night. It still looks rough, but if nothing else, it shouldn't get in my eyes as much or give an enemy too much chance to grab at it. When I'm done, I find a plastic cup of hot coffee and small pile of change left at the other sink for me. You doomers are so soft to one another. All the softness has left my voice along with the chill of the night. I get no response from Karnis, but I figure he would similarly be less talkative this morning. There are some things you inherit from family, and others that you pick up from those that you're closest to. I take the coffee, feeling the warmth immediately take away some of the ache in my hand. I bring the other to hold the cup and simply wait a moment, letting the heat soothe my joints. In the meanwhile, I count out the coins by the sink and realize I might not even have to jump the turnstile to catch a train. Kid, can I ask you a favor? I almost spit out the sip of coffee I've just inhaled, but keep it down with a mighty swallow. Didn't think we'd ever talk again, Professor. What is it that you'd like? Keep in mind, we've got limited time. I want you to stop Volpez. This time it was me who took the silent approach, taking another sip of coffee without any other reaction. If the professor had taken up comedy as a pastime over the past few months of silence, he'd need to get back his day job. How exactly do you think that I can do that? I take another mouthful of coffee, swallowing it down hard before jamming the change into my jacket pocket. You know enough... That's the wrong voice. You know enough about my body to know how close to shutting down it is. How do you figure I'm going to take on whatever kind of army he has waiting for me back in the Republic? I don't know, kid. But you always do it. You always find a way to get through whatever life throws at you. I laugh, bringing my hands down on the sink as I lock eyes with the insane wolf staring back at me in the mirror. Hair is attached to different parts of my face by moisture. Some is knotted where it should be loose, and everywhere are burns and splashes from the filth from the fire and the night after. Why does it even matter? I ask. I go back to the Republic. He kills me and does whatever the fuck he wants in another timeline. Everyone is happy or dead, and the universe keeps expanding until it too dies out. You're not that stupid, kid. You're just doing your best to ignore the truth, like always. Tap out a bead on the sink, ignoring the nagging feeling that's been bothering me since the explosion. Fuck, he's right. Don't run from it. You've been doing that your whole life, trying not to think about the scary parts. It's about time you stopped running. run the water in the sink again and splash some of it on my face. Then I cup some and run it through my hair, using the moisture to push the locks back out of my face. It doesn't make sense, I admit, growling as I do. There you go, kid. Lay it out, just like we always used to. I stare into the shattered mirror, several reflections of myself glaring back at me. Volpez isn't the type to play with his food. His goal has always been eliminating all of humanity and letting the Earth go on without us. If my existence is preventing that, then he should have killed me and dragged my corpse back through the portal to go on with his plan. Despite that, he let me live. And over these 3 years, he hasn't sent a force through the portal to kill me or even just drag me back. So what's your hypothesis? Karnas asks plainly. He can't come and get me. He needs me to go through the portal. The best he has are threats of violence against others. Prove it. How would I prove it? I snap back at the voice in my head. Getting no response, I think about how I could possibly prove what someone in another timeline was thinking. He said the portal stayed open when I went through it. Somehow that makes it sound like the timelines have been linked since the portal opened. He used the phrase, what we now refer to as the second fall, which suggests that time has continued to move forward back in the Republic too. So he's had an open portal for 3 years to another time, but not done anything with it until now? I open a webpage on my neural network and do a search for news reports about the building that the portal dropped me off at when I came to this time. It took some fiddling with the results, but finally I find what I'm looking for. A large explosion at the ground level which killed at least a dozen victims. Only 3 of the victims were identified, while the rest of the bodies were unknown and several were missing body parts. They did send people after me. Those are martyrist corpses, I say aloud. They just weren't able to carry out their plans. Why? Karnas asks, guiding me towards a solution I haven't grasped yet. I don't know. I don't understand how time travel works. Did they just not grab the building like I did? I play the idea of martyrists falling through the portal to their deaths in my head, but that doesn't make any sense. As soon as they lost contact with the team, they would have sent more, or a drone which clearly could make it through the portal and stay in contact and control from the Republic. After another few moments of silence in which a few different people come into the bathroom and leave, Karnas finally speaks up. You don't need to understand time travel. I don't even understand that. Just take the simple facts and draw a conclusion. The simple facts about time travel, I scoff. It was an experimental device that the Republic were working on, otherwise they would have been using it rather than hiding it in a lab. They could have infinite resources if it was fully realized. I fell through the portal and ended up fine. Other people come through the portal and ended up dead. Both a missile and a drone were sent through the portal and did just fine. A moment of silence passes, not because I was thinking, but because the answer was so simple. Humans can't travel through time. At least not with the technology that the Republic has. You have to have a synthetic brain like me. One of a kind, Karnas replies to me. It truly was. Before I'd left the Republic, I'd made sure that nothing else would be made using Professor Karnas's technology. They need me. My body anyway, intact so that they can erase me and put another imprint in here, or just erase enough of my memories to make use of me. And then they'd have an unstoppable killing machine that could travel through time and end life wherever it crept up. That's why you need to stop him, kid. I know what you did for me and Lulu in this time, but that won't matter when Volpez has you. No one will be safe. Not any of the friends you've made here, or any of the timelines that they've come from, or any other timeline for that matter. My hand sinks down and grabs at the netjack hanging from my belt. That won't work. Even if you do destroy yourself, it won't stop Volpez throwing anything he has left at this timeline. Then what am I supposed to do? If I stay here, he can rain down fire on us for as long as he lives, or just wait for me to fully power down and send some drones to collect my body. If I go back there, I doom. What? All of reality to the martyrists? Smash the mirror again, more shards scattering over me into the ground. I'm sick of the useless scrap of metal and flesh looking back at me. What do I do, Carnis? What do I do? My whole body trembles as I cling onto the sink. For years, I had considered my death as the best option for everyone around me. Despite that, I had always fought to live on in those last moments when my death almost came. Fear of the unknown pushing me forward for another day. Had I died back then, it would have saved countless others. Yet now even my own death would doom everyone else along with it. Take a deep breath. The words cut through all the other voices in my head that were screaming too loud for me to listen to any single one. Returning to my body, I take as deep a breath as I can and sputter it back out. Again, the voice demands, and ever the obedient weapon, I follow my creator's instructions. The sink in front of me was cold and smooth to the touch. It had cracked under the force of my grip, but still held firm to the bathroom wall. I moved my fingers along its surface, tracing the sharp grooves of the crack to the point that they close at. Once more. Another deep breath. This one I hold on to, letting out slowly as I lift my head to look back at my shattered reflection. Why did Volpez attack now? The question wasn't one that I'd considered yet. Because he wanted me weak and close to shutting down? Because he wanted me to get attached to other people so he could use them against me? Why didn't he just wait until I ran out of battery completely with another few months, though? I already should have died more than a year ago. Because he's running out of time, I conclude. I don't know why, but he's down to his last chance too. He was hoping to wait me out, but I just wouldn't die. Arnis's voice was filled with warmth as he once again said, "State your hypothesis." "I can get through this," I replied to a chorus of chuckling. "But I'm going to need your help." "You have it, kid. Just tell me what to do." "Not just you, Carnis. The other you too." And that's the end of that chapter. Grabbing Lechan and putting him into a cuddle pile. Who's with me? Aw, he probably needs that. This bottle episode is killing me. I love the dialogue. It's written so perfectly. Aw, I'm glad you liked it, Paradox Mint. Simping over the PA. Me too. Aw, I'm glad. The other you, is it the guy in the slums? Ooh, who knows? Good cliffhanger. Gotta kiss you brutally. How dare. Come at me. I'll fight you. Lechan deserves a big pile of hugs. Fulgur, I literally love the way you visually write. Thank you. I always hate my writing, but I'm getting to accept it as it is now and just trying to make it like simpler and more like legible, like more digestible, I guess. The other you, what sus is this? Good question. You sure you're not Sea Dog VA? No! That shit has really confused me because it has been 3 different people. The first person sent like a series of postcards that were all about like their bunny OC. And I read through it so happily. It's like, oh, this is how I like went to it. The beginning of it was about Nijisanji. It was about me. It was like a continuous thing of like, oh, I went to your meet and greet and I loved this thing that you did with Noctix. And then it's like, and then finally I got to meet you at the meet and greet. And it was just a picture of Connor. And it was like, and then I realized, oh, they'd been calling me Connor the whole way through. And I hadn't thought about the fact that they were using the name Connor. I just thought they'd fucked up and written the wrong name. And then I was just like, huh? And then there were 2 other people that had written things to me that were just basically like, I love your role as Fulgur Ovid, but I also really love you as everything else you do as a VA. And I was like, huh? And there's 2 different other people, 3 different people in total have been like, hey, Sea Dog VA, I love your Fulgur Ovid stream. It was so confusing. That's so funny. Yeah, if anything, I just feel bad for the fact that they either thought we were the same person or they just misdelivered the notes. The first one, at least, genuinely believed me and Connor were the same person. The other 2, it could have just been like they sent them to Fulgur Ovid. No, that doesn't make sense either, because they were literally addressed to Fulgur Ovid, but then written to Sea Dog VA. It was so weird. They think you're his VTuber, probably. We've literally been on the same streams. We've been on some streams with Mousy before. He kicked my ass at Fall Guys. Have you shared it with him? Nah, we don't really talk much. We only really met like once or twice. But yeah, no, it's just so fucking funny to me, man. Might just be me, but I liked the mirror shards thingy because it was like multiple Fuchans. Funifast? It made me happy in all the pain. Seahorse Fu staring back at him. Oh god, that would be terrifying. That's a worse nightmare than anything that's actually gone on during this. You and Connor sound nothing alike. Exactly! His voice is so much more deep and rich than mine. The only thing we have similar is just the fact that we're British, and even then, he's a different type of British. So I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Maybe it's like a rumor that went around to like a little group of friends. Maybe there was like a little group of friends that just like genuinely convinced themselves and told each other like, oh yeah, Fulgur Ovid is Sea Dog VA. That's just like his persona. And it's like, okay. British men are secretly the same. Maybe we're all just one person. Potato, thank you for donating the food funds. Lechan, I was literally built for this. Google Translate, probably. I'm sorry, did you mean yours truly came about precisely constructed on behalf of the indicated? How dare you? Don't make it even more robotic. That's even more confusing. He's also a different age from you. I have no idea what age he is, though to be fair, a lot of people think that I'm lying about my age continuously. Booby? Yeah, there's also Booby. Anyway, you're also Voxy and Zanny and Nyx, by the way. Dude, that's fine. You're making me so confused. So Volpez only wants Lechan's body. So Volpez wants to turn Lechan into a doll, right? Spreading wild rumors like crazy. I mean, you're not technically wrong. If all the Brits are the same, then was Kyo just American Fuchan? It was funny how, like, certain phrases we said did sound very similar to each other. That was an interesting time. Multifunctional Lechan? Yeah, you could change the different parts and stuff. Maybe Volpez will want to grow his hair out long again since Volpez likes medium length hair. Who knows? Imagine if Connor received your letter. That'd be kind of funny. Like, if it was just, like, a mismatched thing where they had, like, 2 envelopes. I don't even know if Connor has, like, a fan mail thing. But that's possible, I guess. Just the fact that it happened 3 times. And the first one was 100% convinced that we were the same person. The second 2 could have just been... But you have to, like, address it to any color and address it to Fulgur Ovid. So, yeah, I guess if they, like, wrote out the envelopes and then put the wrong ones in the different one. And I've never gotten confused with anyone else. It's only ever been Sea Dog VA / Connor. 3 times? Yeah, 3 times. 3 different people. I even went back and checked the handwriting this time. Because that's why I'd never mentioned it before. I didn't want somebody else to just be like, oh no, my letter to Sea Dog didn't get delivered. But when it was the 3rd time this time, I was like, is this the same handwriting? No, it's 3 different people. The first one did drawings. The second 2 have completely different handwriting. It's very confusing. Very funny, though. I just feel bad if they did genuinely just, like, get the completely wrong address or something. I have no idea. Anyway. Fuchan is undercover Welsh. So true. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Oh, I almost opened the wrong thing. For Interim 9. Are you guys ready for Interim 9? The case of the psychic. Operation Starfall. Can we ever be ready? I think so. Why not? Also, very important content warnings. Gore, violence, and body horror. Kind of some existential horror too, but that's fine. That's par for the course around here. Wait, let me prepare the tissues. Oh, hell yeah. Gore, violence, body horror. Maybe I will not survive. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Ishami, thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you, Fuchan. In my timeline, Lechan and Volpez already have 2 children. I'm currently thinking about what names would suit them best. I mean, I guess if they're like fox wolves, I don't know. I'm sure you can find an interesting one. Corvus. Oh, not Corvus. How dare they? How dare they have a crow baby? Okay. Ukimama deserves the best. Let him live a happy life. We'll see in time, won't we? It may be a beautiful, beautiful chapter. You never know. The gore, the violence, the body horror, that could all be, you know, just focused on Lechan. Okay, what music should I start this with? Oh yeah, no, definitely the dark shit. Smart. You, your body are exactly what I need. Did it as payment for your therapy session slot with dear Carnus and envy my long scarlet hair. I don't know what it is about, like, just that amazing, like, evil monologue followed by my amazing scarlet long hair. Okay, Volpez, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Hope you're having a good day. As a comfy gazer, just so you know, my knife is ready. Oh, don't worry. You don't need to bring your own knives. I got you. I got you. Okay, let's do this. Remember, if anything gets too emotional for you or you feel like too taken aback, feel free to step out, come back later. The VOD will always be here. And like I said, this time I'm going to drop the chapters on the blog as soon as we're done with the stream today. With that said, let's do this. Interim 9. The Case of the Psychic. Operation Starfall. Content warning. Gore, violence, and body horror. All the fun stuff. I'll also add emotional trauma, but that's just for you guys that are watching live. Don't worry, it'll be fine. This chapter doesn't have hate, Papapa. At least I'm coming for your flat butt, Fuchan. Come at me. My flat butt can bounce shit off. It's so strong and muscly. Okay, let's do this. The wolf stood still and silent as he looked over the scene. The room had once been pure white, clean to the point of sterility. That's what his report assured him, yet not a single speck of white remained. There were even warnings that entering the lab may make him feel a little lightheaded due to the use of various chemicals, some for cleaning, others to control the beasts spawned from such a place. The only scent assaulting his nostrils as the wolf took a step into the room was a familiar one, and it didn't leave him feeling lightheaded at all. His pulse quickened, eyes narrowing as he followed a single drop of red through the air. Muscles in the back of his neck twitched slightly as he reached up and allowed a crimson bead to come to rest in his palm. A deep inhale filled his lungs with air and mind with the thrill of the hunt as he then blew out, a single huff and puff the only sound in the room. The drop of blood danced for a second, clinging to his metal hand, but ultimately let go, its waltz going on through the air. It joined many partners, intertwining with their orbits, twirling around the room like a ballet. The dance had been going on for a while, but still they performed for the wolf. Cascading in a huge spiral, a single performer became lost in the fervor of the whole. In the center, all of the dancing came to an end, individuals coalescing into a sea of scarlet which ebbed and rippled, spinning and reaching out to all the dancers when it was their time to take their bow. Even the layer which clung to every surface of the room was dripping, not following the laws of gravity, but instead beating up into more perfect spherical drops which would join the dance. How long has it been like this? The wolf asked, watching the mass of blood undulate to a song he could almost hear.
We got an emergency call 15 minutes before you got here, Legatus. They said something had gone wrong with Project Starfall and they needed backup. The auxiliary who was sent in first, well,
They're part of the display now, the wolf concluded.
Display?
The voice on the other end of the call was clearly unnerved. Despite the modulation that kept them anonymous, they were watching through Fulgur's eyes, and unlike the wolf, they had never seen what a mass of human remains could become when ripped apart so hard that only liquid remained. In all honesty, even Fulgur himself was impressed. His own slaughter in the slums felt so amateurish in comparison. No matter how hard he had kicked or punched at all the chunks, there were always solids left in the pool. Lumps of bone, strips of flesh, blobs of matter that he couldn't identify as a child. This was a clean removal of everything biological that made up a man, ripped out of what was once their form at such speed that the room had become a centrifuge. In one corner of the room was a pile of bones, metal, circuitry, plastic, and all the clothing and belongings that once belonged to the men. In the center of the room, coating the walls, floor, ceiling, and of course floating all around it, there was everything else. A red, shifting mass all blended together and left for his eyes to see. It's a display, or perhaps a message. The wolf stepped forward, gore scattering at his footsteps and joining the dance as more of it pressed gently against his face and body. floating away once more as he came to a stop in front of the mass. The voice inside Fulgur's mind gagged, disconnecting for a second before reconnecting with only audio.
Do you require any further assistance, Legatus?
Fulgur grinned, ending the call without another word. The Legionnaire hadn't even had the stomach to ask what the message was. Not that it mattered. The message wasn't for him, nor for the other wolves and Ingalls who stood outside the room, scared to enter and do their jobs. The message was for him, and only those like him. Predators who didn't need to be paid to take up such a fascinating hunt. Fulgur Ovid took one more long breath, letting the scent of death fill his lungs. Project Starfall. You finally found me some prey I can savor. Every hair on his body stood on edge as the wolf prowled forward, massive human life scattering out to begin the dance anew. He held his breath, all upper body submerged in the massive liquid human which somehow ignored the laws of gravity. Lawbreakers were his specialty, a being that managed to defy the laws of nature. That was a new kind of thrill. As he entered the center of the room, a small beeping sound rang out, and the ground below him sunk down. A small elevator carried him away from the invitation left from his prey. The blobs of red scattered as he lowered down into the abyss, flowing free from his body and increasing the tempo of the dance. I read you, Oratus, and I was literally built for this. This isn't something you've ever dealt with before, Ovid. In fact, it's someone that no one in the Republic has. Praetor Chroma had hyped up the mission the whole way to the laboratory while Fulgur had driven on in silence. In truth, his heart had still been back at the cafe with Ovidia. No amount of warnings or creative adjectives could pull him away from the thought that he'd abandoned his half-sister once more. That changed as soon as he found the message left for him. Gone were any thoughts of his life beyond a Legatus. Returning to his true form of wolf, he'd asked Chroma how the abomination had created a gravitational anomaly. The response he'd received had only intrigued him more. We don't know, Ovid. That's why this Legatio is so troublesome. Project Starfall was just supposed to create soldiers that could read the minds of enemy combatants. The experiments used the kingdom's serfs as a basis, but refined their crude technology using... I only need the basics, Chroma. Do these things bleed? Chroma had let out a little chuckle, the pride creeping into her voice along with the laugh as she responded. The one who did this, Oratus? He's the last one left. The whole herd tried to escape captivity, so we had to put them down. Oratus and a handful of others made it out of the lab, and for some reason when the Auxilia moved in to engage, Oratus tore the others to shreds and everyone else in the room too. Any visuals? Only a brief one. The Children of the Stars escape? Yeah, it is, baby. Images took over Fulgur's view as his car automatically entered self-driving mode. What displayed was a 3-second loop of an Auxilia member bursting through a steel door, followed by a flash of purple before it looped again. Can you stop looping it and pause on the final few frames? The wolf had asked, wincing each time the purple flash blinded him. We can't, Ovid. This isn't technically a recording. It's an active live stream of the Auxilia member's neural network. The video feed shrunk down as 8 others joined it in a 3x3 grid. Every member of the Auxilia who entered the room and were killed are doing the same exact thing. We can't communicate with them. We can't interfere with the signal. We know that they're dead since we've seen their remains, yet their neural network is endlessly replaying the same final seconds before their death. Fulgur's hands tightened on his steering wheel as his eyes did their best to adjust to the bright purple light. He expanded one video that had the best angle to see the center of the room, where a dark shadow had begun to burn into his retinas. They look... human. Fulgur's eyes had adjusted enough to make out the form of 4 humanoid figures in the center of the purple burst. They were all wearing oversized tops with straps hanging off of them that made them appear even smaller than their skinny forms suggested. The purple light. It's coming from that one in the middle's eyes. We assume that is Oratus. Assume? They don't have many characteristics that can differentiate them. Until 2 months ago, they only looked like slime samples. Images of what looked like vibrant, colorful mold and petri dishes flashed into Fulgur's minds from Chroma's neural network. The final shot was of a mold sample in deep violet, which had the word Oratus written on simple masking tape and slapped onto the bottom of the dish. They went from that to humanoid in 2 months. We don't know how or why, but that's when the one called Oratus started reaching out to the apologists and feeding them information. They all became humanoid overnight, so they were fitted with the straitjackets and various other restraints were put in place to contain them until the metamorphosis could be studied. A lot of good that did. Tell me something I don't know, Ovid. They took offense to being put on ice and drove some of the researchers insane before breaking free. The first few went down easily with gunfire. They've been adapting to each new threat we throw at them since, until Oratus liquefied the rest of them and fled underground. That's about all I can tell you that would help dealing with Project Starfall. It was one of our more ambitious projects, and not one we expected to see the light of day within our lifetimes. Silence had hung in the air for a while after that. Fulgur had absorbed all the information, but his mind kept coming back to the one part that haunted him above the others. The Auxilia members who died, he asked in a hushed voice. You said that you can't communicate with them. That suggests that you tried to. Why would you try to contact the dead, Praetor? The tension in the air became as thick as the human soup the Auxilia members had been reduced to before Fulgur dragged out a response with a frustrated Chroma. The Auxilia members are dead, Ovid. But they're also conscious. We don't understand it yet, but their neural network is still active, almost like an imprint. They're reliving those 3 seconds on a loop, but the data is being stored somehow. They're aware that they're dead. They remember it each time, and they're feeling their death every time it happens. A real ghost. One trapped in eternal damnation. Professor, you've been bested. There's one thing I need to warn you of, Ovid. About the underground facility that Oratus fled to. That's horrific and so tasty, right? I told you guys I'd make sure Ukiki was the most powerful. That's terrifying, dead but alive, in pieces but conscious, yeah. Reliving the same exact, 3 seconds time and time again, unable to do anything, conscious of it, having those memories build up and just being killed again and again and again. Fun times. What's wrong with you? I'm going to say childhood trauma that went unchecked and did not see a psychologist about, and now I make it everybody else's problem. Pretty much. Pretty much. Mood? Such a mood. Okay, let's do this. The wolf was swallowed up by the earth. The small elevator platform he stood on barely big enough for a second passenger. For almost a full minute he descended, all light being snuffed out by the cylinder of metal that encased him. Arms crossed over his chest, Fulgur Ovid prepared for whatever horrors awaited him below. Finally, light erupted from below, blinding him momentarily as he blinked, and took in the underground lab which Chroma had so profusely warned him about. The elevator was still high up in the air, allowing a view of the huge open space. Down below, the original color scheme of the labs above was still prominent, all the floors and furniture made out of sterile white material. The pale light shone down on all the rooms from huge stage-style lighting attached to the ceiling, with walkways allowing people to travel along the upper levels and view the area as a whole. Large sections were divided up by glass panels, which, judging by the large equipment lodged into some, were able to take a lot of damage. That structure hadn't prevented Oratus from making a direct path through every one that got in their way, towards a small aircraft in one side of the room, far from the elevator the wolf and his prey both entered from. Fulgur confirmed his route as the elevator continued to descend, and began taking in the rest of the room. It all looked barren at first other than the aircraft and glass dividers. Blinking twice, his eyes showed him a plain view outside the duoverse, and suddenly every room filled with Republic secrets that wouldn't be used for years if not decades. Top secret information like this was censored to all those who didn't have clearance. He'd been warned to watch out for caution warnings as he made his way through the Republic's experimental lab, but seeing the obstacles in his way thanks to the professor's eye modifications was a much better option. In one room, a swirling green vortex and large gun were on display. In another, there were large turrets that looked like they fired bullets the size of men. Whole corner of the lab had none of the lights pointed its way and so remained shrouded in darkness even outside of the Duoverse. Many more sections had simple medical equipment or smaller displays that Fulgur couldn't recognize from far away. Piles of android bodies that resembled his Cynet parts were scattered around the rooms, torn in random places and shredded like paper. It was clear that these guards had attempted to halt the psychic and been unable to get close. It didn't bode well for him doing any better if he was seen or sensed. The elevator finally reached the ground and the wolf took off running. Retracing the psychic's steps, he made his way through the lab, leaping over the haphazard obstacles in his way. There was no use wondering exactly what the psychic's abilities were. If he could sense Fulgur's mind, then he would have already been torn to pieces along with his artificial allies. That, or reduced to a liquid mass of what once made up his biological parts. Fulgur's best shot at taking the psychic down was taking them by
surprise.
The wolf came to a halt, slamming hard against one of the white cabinets that had been lodged into the ground in the chaos. He fell to one knee, back against the cabinet even though the hulking slab of metal was already being tossed with incredible force once before. Whether the obstacle would help him or not, Fulgur was...
It won't.
Okay, 1 minute, I'm going to adjust this volume to make sure it's good.
Surprise?
Yeah, that's good.
It won't.
There we go. Fulgur's eyes opened wide in shock as the voice once more filled his mind, responding to questions he had barely formed.
I'm glad you're finally remembering me, Fufu-chan. It took you almost 3 years. I'm sorry that I'm about to hurt you so bad you repress it that much. But it means more to me than you know that you care that much for me.
The voice was calm and soft, a feather floating on still water, kissing the surface but refusing to be consumed by what lay below. Although the words confused Fulgur and adrenaline was coursing through his veins, there was still some part of him that felt there was no threat from the voice. He pushed that thought down, refusing to be captured by the siren's call.
You like my voice? I don't think I've ever heard you use such poetic lines aloud. You should speak like this more often.
The voice was playful now, a hint of a smile audible in its tone.
Come on, keep writing. You know how it goes.
The fuck are you talking about? The wolf howled back at the voice that echoed through his head. At first he'd thought that the psychic was reading his mind and responding to his thoughts. Now he wondered if Fufu-chan had been something else rather than a jab at the name Gelu always called him.
It wasn't a jab, Legatus. Or should I call you the wolf for now? Don't stop writing, Fufu-chan. Yes, I'm talking about both of you. Calling your younger self the wolf is so you. It sounds like something you came up with to sound cool, but deep down, you're separating what you've become from your predatory past.
Fulgur slipped out from the side of the cabinet and began sprinting once more, this time without trying to be quiet or keep low. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on with the strange voice in his head, but it hadn't managed to damage him yet, so it must not be able to.
Writing in third person must help. You've come so far. I wish I could have seen it with my own eyes. Please, don't stop writing. I know it's uncomfortable. I'm sorry that I've always been that way for you. But I see you. All of you. And you've still never managed to push me away. Have you? You won't ever push me away, Fufu-chan. No matter where you go, I'll always be with you. I love you. All of you. I know that you feel the same way, as much as you can.
Shut up! The wolf called, cutting off the psychic's ramblings.
You didn't say that. Keep writing. Honestly, In third person if you have to. It's already happened, and I don't blame you. Writing it out like this is the only way you're going to be able to remember.
The wolf hadn't told the psychic to shut up. Thinking that the psychic had lost his mind, Fulgur simply approached the aircraft in silence, cautious of whenever he might be attacked. The voice inside his mind was becoming more nonsensical with every sentence.
I won't hurt you, Legatus.
The voice promised.
You're going to hurt yourself. And I'm sorry that it has to happen. But I promise I will never hurt you.
Why don't you just kill yourself and save me the trouble then? The wolf asked aloud. He'd spoken the words despite knowing that he only had to think them as though he was having a neural network conversation. They'd come out in a quiet growl that he could hardly even replicate anymore.
Focus, Fufu-chan. You don't have to defend your past actions. I know you wouldn't speak that way anymore.
Psychopath. He'd used that word towards all of the targets they'd erased from his memories. All the ghosts that would come back to haunt him in time. Why don't you come out of that aircraft and see which one of us hurts the other? A sound exploded through the lab like a crack of thunder as the aircraft's engine roared to life. Fulgur dashed forward, the lightning following the thunder for once as he leapt up, wrapping his whole body around one of the slim wings. He had barely found purchase when the small plane tore forward, passing through a tunnel that opened in the wall of the lab just before they collided with it. In seconds, they had exited the tunnel and already taken off the ground outside the Republic. The speed at which the craft accelerated brought the earlier coffee and pie out of Fulgur's mouth, would have made him pass out if his brain had been fully organic.
Don't bother threatening me, Legatus. You were about to, although the words hadn't come to you yet. You're going to destroy the experimental spacecraft. That's what it was, by the way, Fufu-chan. Anyway, you're going to punch a hole in the fusion reactor just behind the wing. The bit that has graded exhaust holes.
The wolf noticed the exhaust holes and made a quick guess of how deep the actual reactor would be, but then paused, eyeing it suspiciously.
You can punch anywhere else you want to, but that's where you'll ultimately disable the spacecraft and cause us to crash in the desert. I'd tell you to use your left hand since...
Ah!
Yep, you never listen.
Fulgur had smashed his right fist through the spacecraft and ripped out what remained of his hand in pain. Jagged shards of red metal and loose tatters of black carbon fiber were all that remained beyond his wrist. The Arbiters would have Chroma chew him out for damaging whatever it was he'd just taken out of the air, but then he probably wouldn't be alive for it.
The Arbiters aren't your problem. They can't even control your netjack, Fufu-chan.
The words barely registered in his mind at that point. There was only one thought that flooded the wolf's senses. This is the end. The wolf couldn't tell in the moment whether the words were from Oratus or his own thoughts. In truth, it had been both. The spacecraft had only climbed a few hundred feet into the air once it exited the tunnel. Yet slowly it reached its zenith and hovered on the air for a few seconds. Fulgur turned his head to look back at the Republic in the afternoon haze. He realized this was likely going to be the final moment of his life as the spacecraft began to lower through the air. Gentle as the descent was, they were traveling so fast forward that no matter how hard he tried to cover himself, the ground would tear even his synapses to scrap on impact. The mission would be complete at least. Operation Starfall would be Fulgur Ovid's final successful mission. I always thought that I'd smile when I died, the wolf thought to himself. Looking back at the Republic, he didn't feel any sense of satisfaction that he'd completed one last mission. There was no mocking grin towards the heavens for having cursed the world with his existence. No gentle smile at finally being able to let go and knowing the world would be better off without him. He'd never even gotten to smirk at an enemy as he passed away by their hand to cement himself in their memories. What filled Fulgur Ovid's mind as he hurtled toward the ground was one horrible emotion. Fear. There wasn't even enough time to come up with a reason to live or curse his own cowardice this time. Only the sinking feeling of existential dread he'd so often fought away with alcohol and Legadio. The spacecraft flipped as its front caught on a rock, and then exploded as the cockpit smashed into the ground. A hail of smoking metal rained over the desert, skipping along the earth like stones across water. In the wreckage, it was impossible to tell what smoking lumps had once been flesh and which had been soulless metal.
This is the end. You're concussed, but you'll be fine.
A soothing voice snapped Fulgur out of his absent-minded horror. Turning his head, he met the eyes of the psychic who had saved his life for the first time.
Clever wordplay. Are you flirting with me?
The wolf had become a princess, carried as such by the prey he'd come to hunt. Fulgur's elbow slammed into the psychic's face, the result of which was Fulgur plummeting 60 feet to the ground and barely managing to brace his fleshy bits enough to prevent any serious injury. Despite his best efforts, the impact still knocked the air out of his lungs and left him gasping and whimpering on the ground, while the psychic simply floated down gracefully like a leaf on the wind.
Bitch, if you're gonna describe my voice and movements like that, you might as well do my face too.
They looked like Uki Violetta, but all they were wearing was an off-white straitjacket that had belts ripped open and dangling at their side. Since they weren't wearing anything else and the straitjacket only fell to their hips, it was an awkward sight from below. Legatus rolled over on the ground in pain, watching the psychic descend upon him while meaningless words spoke in his mind.
There are broken restraints on my ankles too. Take this seriously. It's my only part in the story. I don't look exactly like your Uki.
The psychic reached the ground with an elegant flourish. As their bare feet touched the earth, they span and opened their arms, twirling for the first time in a world with natural light and fresh air. The straitjacket they wore opened as much as it allowed, with the restraints all shattered and free to frolic along with the psychic. The image Fulgur saw called back to a creature he'd been taught of while in school. Moon jellyfish. That's where they got your name from, Fulgur thought. Orators came to a stop with a playful smile on their face. It was the type of smile that made one's heart race, soothing in a way that made you forget the pain you were in, hypnotic in a way that made you feel like you might lose yourself, gloating in a way that made you feel like you'd already lost something. It always managed to piss Fulgur off because it awoke feelings that threatened to consume him. Two glowing purple eyes looked down on Legatus and almost right through him. They were the color of violets in bloom, but shined with the light of many distant stars. So lost was he in that swirling nebulous abyss that Fulgur stayed down on the ground in silence long after his breathing had returned to a normal rate. A gentle sigh escaped the psychic's lips as their smile went from playful to content. A slight change was enough to snap Fulgur out of his stupor. He rolled to the side and propped himself up on one hand and knee, ready to launch in any direction needed. "Why save me?" he demanded. The hand he had planted in the ground dug into the earth, crushing it in its fist. "What's your plan?"
I wish I could say I had a plan, Fufu-chan. I'm not able to guide fate. I'm only able to hear echoes of the waves before they crash upon the shore.
Fulgur swung his hand forward, throwing a cloud of dirt into the psychic's face. In the same instant, he pushed himself up and launched his broken hand forward, attempting to end the psychic with a single punch. Oratus coughed, spitting dirt out of his mouth and wiping filth from his face, as Fulgur fell useless onto the ground. Halfway through the punch, his body had frozen perfectly still, and the momentum of his punch simply brought him face down into the filth before he regained control of his body.
If you'd landed that punch, you'd have asked, why didn't you see the echoes of that? And I would have been too dead to hear you. What kind of loser gloats to a corpse? And how would I see an echo? The pun only half works, bitch.
Oratus had begun speaking aloud, which gave their voice a different quality. Gone was the echo that added to its ethereal quality, but it still had a strength that contrasted their skinny frame. Having regained control of his body, Fulgur stood back up from the ground, dusting off some of the filth that had stuck to his sweaty face. So why did you save me? You can read my mind, so you know this only ends with one of us dead. The psychic began fiddling with one of their broken restraints on their jacket. Catching it between both hands, they brought it up to just in front of their lips and twisted the length of it to create swirling patterns. At the same time, the wolf paced around them, slowly circling without attempting to approach.
This does end with one of us dead, but it's not going to be easy on either of us. Don't stop. I know it's hard, but you have to do this.
The psychic hadn't bothered to turn to face him as he cautiously circled his prey. Olga launched forward, planting a foot into the lower back of Oritus. This time, the blow landed, and Oritus flew forward, crashing into the ground and holding up one hand in the attacker's direction. Fulgur dodged to the side, expecting some form of psychic assault, but nothing happened other than some blood dripping down Oritus's hand.
I promised you that I'd never hurt you, Fufu-san. Me, or the version of me that you'll come to love.
The wolf let out a growl at the nonsense, once more spewing from the psychic. He'd entertained enough criminals who had lost their minds in the past. Something about this one unnerved him more than any before. He prevented them from saying anything further by spinning on his right foot and bringing the back of his left heel into Oritus's face. The psychic let out a scream, whole body knocked down into the dirt.
The psychic let out a scream. Ah!
They whimpered a little before pushing themselves up onto their hands, lower body still down on the ground from the hip. The wolf's eyes narrowed as he assessed his prey. A full-powered kick from him should have killed any human. Blood was staining the side of Oritus's face, dripping down from somewhere beneath the violet locks. Their expression was a mixture of pain and sorrow as they once again locked eyes with the wolf.
They whimpered a little before pushing themselves up onto their hands. Surprised I'm still alive? I won't hurt you, Fufu-san, but there are some things you need to hear, even if the arbiters will take them away for a while. You can hit me all you want, but you're going to listen, so I'm going to make you weak enough to buy more time. It'll hurt you more than...
Ah! Another punch to the face as Fulgur howled and put his full strength into it. The psychic once more went down into the ground, hitting the earth so hard it made a small imprint on his head. Only the faint sound of wind carrying the filth of the last civilization with it could be heard for a moment as the wolf took a deep inhale of air and sighed it out. Fulgur was sure that his mission was complete. But once again, Oritus pushed himself back up, blood now streaming down their face and onto the ground in large drops. The psychic's jaw hung loose and broken. Their voice echoed in Fulgur's mind once more now that they couldn't speak clearly.
This memory is going to haunt you along with so many others, but you need to remember it at the end. The reason it hurts you so much is because you regret it. You regret it because you're not this person anymore. If you need to be reminded of that, just call out to me and I'll always be there for you.
What the fuck do you think you know about me? Fulgur lifted Oritus up, grabbing at their collar and pulling their battered face so close that they felt the heat coming from the wolf's maw. You think that I'm gonna regret putting an abomination like you out of its misery? This is just another day for me. I'll forget what you even looked like before I go to sleep tonight. A sorrowful gasp fell out of the psychic.
Sorry.
Fulgur's grip tightened before he lifted Oritus higher and brought his own forehead down to smash into their nose. Blood fed the earth as Oritus gasped and sputtered out more between each gasp of air. Oh no.
Call out to me and I'll always be there for you. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you, Fufu-san. Just that you won't remember anything after the crash for a while anyway. I know that you're thinking about yourself when you talk about putting abominations out of their misery, you know? You push people away because you're scared that you'll hurt them. The closer they get, the more you think it'll hurt when you let them down. That, and it'll hurt all the more if you grow attached and they're disgusted by the real you. Even more than that, you don't think that you deserve happiness, so every time you start to feel it, you do your best to ruin it. Why would an abomination like you deserve a happy ending?
Fucking freak. Fulgur drew back his right arm, ready to deliver a final blow, but paused when he noticed the tears streaming down Oridus' face. Regretting not fighting back? You could make this a little more interesting for me. I was hoping for a challenging mission.
I'm not crying for myself, Legatus. I'm crying for the man I will come to love. In truth, I won't even get to meet him. I'm just here to give another that chance. This is the only chapter I get to be a part of.
Oridus grabbed Fulgur's left arm with both of their frail hands. The metal arm which held their collar supported Oridus' weight as they ran their palms along the length of the forearm, fingers gently moving further up the metal and approaching the flesh.
I'm saying these words to you so that you'll hear them when you most need to. We're connected. Not just me and you, but all of us. In this life and every other. We'll be there when you need us. Just let us. You're not an abomination.
Fulgur's broken fist swung down into the psychic's face. The exposed machinery felt to him like real torn flesh as it sunk into his prey. He felt the equivalent of his raw flesh and bone as it tore through Oridus' head, chunks ripped loose and spilling onto the ground. When Fulgur pulled back his fist, only a single eye remained glowing in the lump of what had once been Oridus' head. He dropped the psychic without any kind of flourish or parting words. The abomination had proven to be just another chapter in the endless tale of bloodshed he carved into his soul. The glowing purple eye slowly dimmed. The swirling nebula reminiscent of the night sky he had never seen in the real world faded until only a single point of amethyst remained.
I wish I could have been the one to spend a full lifetime with you.
The voice was faint, almost crying. Fulgur watched as the tiny amethyst gem lifted out of the psychic's cloudy eye. It floated for a moment in the air, approaching Fulgur tenderly. It lingered there until the wolf pulled back, worried for what other trick his prey intended to use. Then the amethyst shot into the air, splitting the heavens so forcefully that even that polluted world couldn't cloud its radiance. The fleeting light faded from vision, just another of the billion distant lights that no longer reached the world below. It had returned once more to the stars from which it was borrowed. When Fulgur looked back down to find the psychic's body, he only found the same purple mold-like substance Project Starfall had begun as. He could already hear the propellers of the auxiliary hovercraft heading his way for pickup. Just another boring mission, the wolf concluded. The paperwork is going to be one hell of a ride-up, though. Fulgur's body was heavy. Not that he felt any kind of remorse or carried any form of guilt from the mission. He'd come back from the apologist hideout only a week before, barely eaten before meeting Ovidia, hardly slept in months, and was losing more and more time as the days went by. He let the exhaustion take him, falling forward into the purple slime Oridus had been reduced to. When he later awoke in a hospital bed, he'd be summoned for his final mission as Legatus of Division 505.
Ukiki!
Fulgur shot up out of the bench he'd managed to catch a moment's rest on. His dull grey eyes searched from corner to corner of the park around him, head similarly on a swivel to take in all 360 degrees before finally coming to rest on his feet. His trousers were torn at the knee on the left side, exposing his red signet calf to the world. Once it had looked as though he was wearing a chunky metal shoes. With the damage he took escaping Vulpes' attack, it was clear for all to see how the calf met the shoe without any separation. Don't worry guys, I didn't stop because this is only like a couple minutes and then we'll be done fully. Kid, you okay? Karnas's voice appeared in Fulgur's mind, even though he couldn't project a full body for him without the equipment he'd lost at Noctic's house. Just a nightmare, Fulgur responded, realizing he really had been writing the chapter down in his neural network as he fell asleep. He completed the chapter while unconscious. He wasn't aware of how long it had taken or how many minutes of rest he'd managed to get between then and now. I'll be fine, Karnas, he lied. The tremors in his hands were getting worse and his whole body felt like it was on fire. His batteries had been running low for months and all of his synapses required maintenance. The amber fluid which supplied energy to keep them moving had turned to a corrosive sludge that was poisoning even his biological remains. Even more pressing was the roughly 36 hours he had left before Vulpes' patience ran out. You'll get through this, Karnas whispered. The phrase was uttered with warmth. If it had come with any hint of coldness, Fulgur might have winced. There was no irony in the phrase's meaning, or demand for him to hold up his part of the bargain. It was a simple statement that said everything it needed to. Karnas took no pleasure in watching Fulgur pass away. He had read all of Fulgur's story, knew the deepest parts of himself he tried to hide. There was no doubt that he was able to feel exactly what Fulgur was going through, or that he was aware of the chapter he just remembered from his past. Just like I always do, Fulgur agreed. He forced himself to stand, barely showing the immense pain that took over his entire being. He had one final mission that he needed to complete. A legatio not designated by any other. A path he set himself on, as a man rather than a wolf or machine. And that's the end of all of the read-through today. Too much angst? Yeah, unfortunately, these 3 chapters were pure angst. There was no breaks on the pain train. What the hell, Futan? How dare you? It is what it is. I need 7 business days to recover. You've got them. You've got about 12 or 13. I don't remember how long, and then we finished this story. The VA was incredible. Yeah, no, Ukiki did so well. Crying, the heartbreak, the love, everything was communicated so well through that. Why would you make Mama read that? Everybody must join me in the pain. The better thing is, I'm so impressed that Uki delivered so much. Like, I've talked about the fact that, like, this is probably the biggest level up we've seen in, like, a Noctix thing. I've never heard Uki put their entire, like, heart and soul into, like, voice acting. And they really did it. Mecca, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Another mother gone? Yeah, lots of dead mothers recently. The VA was fantastic. Yeah, it was. The emotion in his voice broke me. It was so good. How dare you? I'm biting you in my sheep form and cat form for all the pain you just caused me. Good. Good. That's the way it should be. I think Mama really cried so hard when he had to read the lines. Yeah, I kind of feel like that. Breaking the 4th wall was kind of a bit of a low blow, but, you know, it made it really emotional. And I liked the idea of Oratus being able to break the 4th wall because he's just so goddamn powerful. I'm interested to see what people analyze into that as well with some of the things that I, like, left in for later. We'll see if anybody manages to get some of the things that are going to come up. I will never recover from this. You'll be fine, Alana. Don't worry about it. The story ain't over yet. We got to keep watching. Claudines, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I hereby start a petition to ask Fu-chan to brush the angst out of our wall. What would confidants be without their angst? It wouldn't be right, man. It wouldn't be right. He was the listener from the beginning. He always was. Yeah, I'm glad that name actually come to fruition now. It's got the double meaning of Oratus literally meaning listener, as in he was always able to hear Fu-chan no matter what. Throughout the entire Legatus 505 story, he was always in his head when they came to the same timeline. And the fact that it literally is the first part of the moon jellyfish's scientific name, Which is the jellyfish which is immortal. That's the jellyfish which turns itself back into a baby and comes back to life when it's threatened. So yeah, it kind of works in a double of like being super powerful, immortal, able to go on forever. And yeah, literally meaning to listen or hear. Raina, the precious sheep. Sir, I'm sending my therapy receipts. How dare? If you cried during this, hopefully that's cathartic. Hopefully that will be like a good time. Uki, was the slime? Yes. No aftercare, only angst. There's aftercare. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we're playing Split Fiction and me and Ukiki will be diving into many, many more universes. Hopefully that one will be a good, happy ending and a nice story. I don't think we'll actually finish it this time. I think we'll need a fourth part, but yeah. I'm glad it worked out that we really get to like do this today and then Split Fiction tomorrow and be like, it's okay, guys. It's okay. Joyce Leah, thank you so much for donating the food funds. This hurt, but the VA was really fantastic. I got into it. Yeah, this is my equivalent of doing voice packs now. I'm like, you know what? Legatus 505 are my voice packs. They don't let me do the dark angsty shit. So I'll bring Noctix in and make them do the dark angsty shit with me. I will crush everyone's souls this way. Today is a bad day for being literate. Oh, don't worry. Even if you weren't literate, you could just listen to the audio part. The writing was so poetic. This chapter, Fuchan, really gorgeous. Thank you. I liked doing that. I liked describing the way Ukiki deserves to be described. Beautiful voice, beautiful body, lovely mannerisms. You're a sadist, sir? I keep telling everyone that. Everybody thinks I'm a masochist. Everybody's like, you're a masochist. And I keep reminding everyone, I am versatile. Sometimes I like pain. Sometimes I like inflicting pain. I wish to unlearn English. It's too late. It's in your mind, man. Unless you can erase your memories like Legatus can. It's in there forever. Just know we're going to be staring at the wall in utter shock until Split Fiction placates our souls. It's okay. At least Split Fiction will be nice. And don't worry, we have more surprises coming up the next week. So there's a lot of fun going on. KK, thank you so much for donating the food funds. This is an amazing interim, very stunning with the break of the fourth wall and angst of Oridus speaking the future Legatus for unwilling love. Thank you very much. Yeah. That's the thing. For like present tense Legatus, this meant nothing to him. He was just like, damn, this guy's fucking insane. Put him out of his misery and was like, well, that was boring. But yeah. Meanwhile, for present day Legatus, who's actually in our time and has spent time with Noctix, suddenly remembering this shit is like, holy fuck, what was wrong with me? That's Ukiki. The dialogue you wrote for Uki too? Oh man, every chapter today was superb. I'm glad to hear that. I liked some of the lines. I really liked the whole one about like being able to see the waves as they crash on the surface or whatever. I don't remember. But I really liked that one. And Uki did such a good job voice acting everything. Lays, thank you so much for donating the foo funds. Yours and Uki Mama's VA really broke me. Thanks for the needed crying session. Your writing is absolutely beautiful, sir. Ah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've been loving it. Question for you. Would you ever be alright with fans of 505 making an archive of it? Like a physical copy, digital copy or something like that? Well, the digital copy is all completely available on the blog. But yeah, no, I've said it before. If anybody wants to make their own book, if anybody wants to edit it, if anybody wants to format it, feel free to like edit it as much as you want. Even if you have to like change punctuation and stuff. Please don't change the content too much. But if you just want to edit it to like change the punctuation and make it make slightly more sense, change the formatting for sure, because my formatting's been all over the whole freaking place over these last 3 years. Go nuts. Make your own digital copies, download it, print it into an actual book version, have it made at like a bookmaker with a proper cover. That's completely up to you guys. Just, yeah, do not sell it. I'm not legally allowed to do anything with it monetarily outside of Nijisanji, who will not make it into merchandise either. So yeah, as long as it's not commercial, you can do whatever you want with it. Print your own copy. I'm probably going to print my own copy after it's all done as well. Just for posterity. Just to have it on my bookshelf and be like, I did that. I did that. Mickey Ta-chan, thank you so much for donating the foo funds. Expecting a lot of dog food tomorrow as compensation. That's why you guys have been getting so much dog food recently. I've been like, taking care of Uki. Because yeah, reminding them like, oh, it's okay. You did an amazing recording. It's beautiful. It's over now. We're back to happy times. Edited Legatus 505, but everyone is happy sunshine and rainbows. And every chapter ends with Lechan holding hands with his loved ones and running into the sunset. Aww. I mean, yeah, you can write your own fan fiction. You can write your own fan fiction, but I mean, yeah, that's not really how I write. Just wanted to say, I genuinely think your writing improved a lot. As someone who was read and tuned in from the start, I can really see and feel it. I was super drawn in and moved with your writing. Aw, Minisiva, thank you so much. I've really been enjoying writing. More than anything, it's been like a very cathartic experience of getting out like a lot of the emotions that I've been feeling. And through different characters is part of the fun part as well. Like there are times I'm really good at writing Chroma, or Gelu, or Karnis, and obviously Legatus, sometimes even Avidia, where it's just like my own emotions flow through them. And then sometimes it's just like completely making up shit. But yeah, it's been nice to get some of my own emotions out through the characters as well and experience like some of their feelings. And by romance, I mean stories where the love is there in general. Yeah, fair enough. Romance doesn't have to always be like soulmates and leading to smecks and sexual situations. It can just be family, finding each other. That's a nice type of romance too. Paradox Mint, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Make your own physical L505. I need more comfies to make physical books with me. I started prepping my supplies for the end. Oh, awesome. I've learned a lot about bookbinding since I made L505 the first time. Your first one was beautiful. I loved the cover you did. As if I ever did like make this into a proper novel, even though I like anime style drawings and like really dramatic things, I think the cover would be the exact same way you did it. It would just be the Legatus wolf logo and justice on the front. Because I think that's like a nice way to say like, this is who Legatus is. This is who he was. He was just the wolf. And then inside, obviously, lots of fan art. Lots of lovely art would be amazing. Yan, now I know your good bedtime story equals cries until dehydrated. So easy to fall asleep. Yeah, the tears, they'll keep you warm through the night. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Now we know why Uki is very emotional during the karaoke. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Ukiki had also read the chapter even though they didn't have time to write it in time to like actually perform it and record it by the time they'd done their tarot reading stream. So I think that's why they were extra emotional during the tarot reading stream as well. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's been a very difficult like last 4 to 5 months for Noctix because we've been like cooking so many things that we knew weren't going to come out for months. So doing a lot of work behind the scenes that you guys didn't get to see until VTL and all of these chapters and the concert and stuff. So yeah, we're in nice relaxation mode now where it's like, okay, we don't need to work through the night anymore. We're fine. We're just like resting on our laurels for a little bit and recovering. Sparrow Splat, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for the huge Akasupa and the 505. Calling out the monster in yourself and us. Thank you. But also fuck you, you evil son of a gun. Thank you, Sparrow Splat. In fact, come to think of it, I'm going to go back to the just chatting scene so I can start grabbing things. No, I'm not. 1 second. I'm going to delete that read through so I never accidentally open up a random web page. That is here. Goodbye, Legatus 505 for today. We'll come back to you in a few weeks. We'll finish telling Legatus' story just like we told him he would when he cried like a bitch 2 white days ago. Okay. And now I shall change music. Let's have the nice sleepy shepherd. No, let's have the synthwave. This is like Legatus' version of a happy song. Yeah, yoy! Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Oh yeah, let me bring out the chat so I can actually use my comfy grabber. There we go. I'm crying. Both of you are amazing. Yours and Uki Mama's VA really touched me, so thank you so much. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, I was shocked by Ukiki. It was so emotional the whole way through, so powerful, so I was so happy. And Velour, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. No message, just a whole bunch of crying sheep face. I get it. I get it. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Takitoshi, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. This was so beautiful and sad and poetic. The writing and VA were art all around. That's so good, but still hurt. Yeah, I'm actually interested to see which part of these chapters is going to hurt people the most, honestly. Because for me, it was definitely the Gelu chapter, but this one is kind of heartbreaking. But this was technically Oratus, so it wasn't our Ukiki. It was just an Oratus that knew everything that was going to happen to Legatus and our Ukiki. which is kind of more fucked up. But it is what it is. Nobody gets a happy time in the Republic's timeline. Minty, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Imagine coming back from break only to be hit by angst. Couldn't be me. I'm glad to hear it wasn't you. I hope you're having a lovely day. Not angst. Not angst. When Fuchan and Gelu had those talks, yeah. Fuchan and Karnas having some talks was pretty rough as well. Still made them sound like Mama. This is unfair. Yeah, I'm pretty good at writing in Noctix's dialogue. The final 3 chapters have like quite a bit of Noctix dialogue, and I feel like I captured everybody's personality pretty well. It's been fun to do. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm going to have to grab existing. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have to grab super chats before they disappear. This writing is so good, sir. The emotions hit hard, and you painted the scenes beautifully with your words. They deserve a happy life together in another timeline. That's the good news. The story hasn't ended in the main timeline yet. He may have killed every member of Noctix in the past, but it's fine. The way Oratus kept saying he's only in this chapter, I was in so much pain. Yeah. Oh, God. Uki delivered that. In fact, let me bring it back up again. Uki delivered this one bit so well. The whole, I wish it was me.
Surprise, ruin it. You're not an abomination.
That was powerful as well, but it's like his final line when he's crying.
I wish I could have been the one to spend a full lifetime with you.
That pretty much sums Oratus up. Waking up, knowing exactly how his life was going to end and exactly what it was going to lead to is so fucked. I'm a horrible person. I will admit that. They deserve a happy life together in another timeline. Thank you so much for the read through. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Camille. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. And Nekobaga, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. In the end, Legatus finally came to see himself as a person, not just a wolf trained to obey orders or a machine built to follow commands. It took us 3 years to get here. Yeah, it took 3 years of love from Noctix unconditionally and amazing support from the Confidants. That's why I'm glad, like, in the current timeline, I can even write in the fact that the Confidants are important to Legatus now, which is extra soul-crushing. Him being like, it's fine. It's only been 3 years. They'll forget about me quickly. That's rough. Ringbow, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, which is also, yeah, I mean, I put a lot of my own emotions into that, where it was like, that's definitely things that I felt like a year or 2 ago, where it's like, I'm glad I'm over that now, and I'm glad Legatus is, at least showing, even if it's through denial, how much he cares about things. Rainbow, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Uchan, I did not expect to have swollen eyes at 1 a.m. trying to keep in my sobs while I'm doing overtime at work. I think the crying just released all my stress, but I also need 505 business days to recover from all this heartache. That's a lot of years. I hope you get to recover soon. But yeah, like I said, crying can sometimes be very cathartic. It can be very healing. It releases the stress. It releases like some of the pressure behind your eyes and in your brain. It's good. You, sir, seem like an author who enjoys toying with their audience's heartstrings as a compliment because you do it well. I think that's the one strength I actually have as a writer. It's not actual writing. It's not actual prose. It's just like coming up with ideas for storylines that I know are going to be emotional and powerful. I wish I could write as well as like a proper writer to really deliver the whole journey along the way, but I do think I am. That's one strength I will admit I have, is just like, hey, I know how to crush everybody's soul today. Bunny the Sweet, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I'm gonna fly over there and eat your whole couch. I'll see you soon. I'll put some tea on for you. I hope you have a wonderful time. Guy knows he's an angst expert. It's one of my favorite things in life. So yeah, I know how to put them together. Sometimes it may be hard to actually bring the pieces together and make it all coherent. But I definitely know how to give like emotional points and then watch the fan artists do the real work. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Bunny. Haru, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Uchan, you and Legatus 505 seriously have become my biggest inspiration and motivation. Thank you for such a wonderful and painful experience. I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, I am really glad that we're like working our way through this story now, coming close to the end. It's been really nice being able to share it with everybody and be like, yeah, see all those Chekhov's guns from right at the beginning? I don't want to talk about it yet because I want to see if somebody analyzes it properly. But I did see somebody at the beginning of the mommy chapter basically just say, holy shit, the corpse of flesh, that's a callback to the corpse of steel. So yeah, I wonder if people will dive into that more. There's definitely some dramatic links between Gelu and the extreme like first chapter where he first finds an imprint and puts it out of its misery. Sabrina Saberhagen, welcome back to the membership. Legatus will remember the color of your eyes even when everyone else has forgotten your name. Oh, that's a sweet way to put it. God damn. Futan, thank you for the emotional damage you brought today. I originally thought I wouldn't be affected, but your writing really amazed me. I sent you an emotional damage story setting in SL as a return gift. I didn't dare... Oh, Streamlabs. Okay. I didn't dare to write it in Super Chat because I feel like it's too messed up. Okay, now I'm really excited. We will check that after we're done going through Super Chats. Thank you so much for that, Kushami. And yeah, that is definitely the way to use Streamlabs. Streamlabs is perfect for the things where you're like, I'm not sure if this crosses over the line a little bit, so let me send it this way and see how Fuchan feels about talking about it today. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for being here, Kushami. Ollie D! You make me sad, King Arthur. Thanks for the shared tears and angst along the way. Quite enjoyable. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Ollie D. I'm ashamed to admit I don't know where that quote is from. I don't know if that's from like an original Arthurian legend or something else, so I'm sorry to say I don't get the dramatic resonance that I'm sure that actually has. But it sounds beautiful. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Don't munch my Danmei collection. That's horrible. Oh, thank you for donating the food funds, though. Oh, it's just from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Okay. I was thinking it was like a big dramatic moment from actual Arthurian legend, but I actually remember the scene you mean now. He says it in such a silly way. He's just like, you make me sad. That's literally it. God damn it. I thought it was like some big dramatic moment after like what I forget. There was some knight that betrayed him. I forget which one, but the one who was like a child to a lot of them. Oh man. Anyway, thank you for that. That's beautiful that I expected, but more funny. You make me sad. Not the Mogu Mogu. Leave my Danmei collection alone. That's my retirement plan. There is nothing but heartbreak in the end. True. Not necessarily. There's the memories. There's the happy memories we make along the way. I used to be in the mindset of like every story, unless it has a fake ending, doesn't really end, because like everything always eventually comes back to death. But even after death, there are the memories that live on in the people that survived it, in the people that live on and carry those memories in their hearts. So yeah, it's nothing but heartbreak in the end. Is not correct. There are also beautiful memories and lovely times. Even Legatus is going through the fact that he realizes he had 3 beautiful years with a loving family that really took care of him and that he actually started to embrace. And now he just blames himself for dragging them into his bullshit again. Raina Noi, thank you so much for donating the food funds. It hurts, but it hurts good. I'm glad to hear that. Good hurt is good. I'm very excited to see if any like fan art comes from these chapters, because yeah. Gelu was intense. And Ukiki's chapter was always going to be intense. Those definitely appreciate over time. Yeah. I mean, like, less it's my retirement plan as in, like, I'm going to live off them, and more like it's retirement plan as in, like, when I'm old and retired and actually have time to read them, I'm just finally going to have, like, a whole library to read. Yume Haya, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Yeah. As a total angst addict, this was some high-quality angst. It hurts so good, and I cried several times. I love your writing so much, Fuchan. You did so well. Ah, thank you so much, Yume Haya, and I hope you're having a lovely day. I do love me writing some angst, so I'm glad to hear some of the comfies are enjoying it as well. Fuchan, hope you're kicking butt. It looks like good angst you guys ate. Yeah, no. We just had a very emotional chapter that involved ukiki and pain and suffering. Thank you for being here, Roy. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for being here, and good morning. Tech Technical. I wish I could have been the one to. At least implies they can spend a full life together sometime. I am sufficiently devastated now. Thank you. I'm glad you picked up on that, yeah. Oratus literally says, I wish I could have been the one to spend a full lifetime with you. Which implies some things. Will they come true? Who knows? Who knows how far Oratus's power actually extend? But yeah. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yukako, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I really love your writings. Sometimes I feel a burning or stabbing pain in my chest. But it's never simple pain, from which all kinds of emotions flow. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. I like to deliver angst, but it's also angst that has a purpose. Because this is so much pain and suffering, but it's so much pain and suffering because it shows how much Legatus has grown. The fact that he used to just consider himself a weapon and take down whatever mission was in front of him so he could go from day to day without thinking about all the crazy shit going on in his life. His deteriorating body and the fact that he probably isn't human. He knew that from the time of the slaughter in the slums. He felt the clicks in his spine and realized, oh, it's not just my sinets. He's done something else to me and has been running away from that his entire fucking life. So yeah, it's nice to see that after these 3 years, he's come to accept all that and been like, I'm still going to live my life. I've found some friends. I've found a family. So it's powerful in that regard. Cave Cat, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Yeah. Atsufu, thank you for the extremely long, angsty voice pack that made the sheep pile weep together. Happy to see you enjoying writing more. I'll just go back to crying how self-deprecating Lechan is and how he is now. Yeah, I mean, he's still doing it even in the current timeline, but at least he's trying to wrap things up, and he's admitting how much he does care about the things around him. He even had a conversation with Karnis. That took a lot. That took him being like, realizing he was going to die within the next several hours to realize, oh shit, I better say these things now or they'll never be said. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I'm so glad that you enjoyed the storyline today. Tengu, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Atsufu! Could not watch as I was making macarons and cooking dinner for my parents. I'm very excited and scared to watch the VOD later. How traumatized are we today on a 1 scale 10? Chat, how we doing? I saw some 10s earlier on, and then I saw an 11 right now. 10, 12, 11, trauma. Yeah. 11, 15, 20, 50. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you have a lovely day. I need my crying fridge when I reread this. Crying fridge? Do you, like, stick your head into a fridge and then cry into it? Sounds adorable, actually. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Maybe I'm a lion. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I'm sorry, I just barely missed being able to grab that one before it disappeared. Thank you for the cute super sticker. Thank you for the big donation. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you so much for being here. And please rest well. The crying fridge. I've heard a lot of people have like a crying bathroom. A crying fridge is new to me, but I respect it. Freeze all my tears. Oh shit, so true. Ooh, especially if it's like a walk-in fridge. When I used to work as a chef, I used to go into the walk-in fridge just to like, yeah, be alone for a little bit. The walk-in fridge was incredible. That was great for that. Orange Whiskey, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Guess how many times I cried because of this stream. Perhaps I dream of these scenes when sleeping. Is this our bedtime story? That's the plan. Fair enough. Anyway, amazing story and voice acting, both of you. Thank you so much, but still want to bonk you. Aww. That's okay. You can bonk me. I deserve it. I'm giving out free angst to everybody. Also, Pia China, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry, my comment grabber is currently broken, so I'm only able to grab these sidekicks. Thank you so much for the raid. We're actually done with the chapters now. The 3 new chapters are about to go live. You want to hear some really great voice acting, guys? Zero fucking context. I'm going to do this to the sidekicks just to hurt them a little bit. Because I have this on loop now.
I wish I could have been the one to spend a full lifetime with you.
Doesn't Ukiki sound amazing?
But all of us, in this life and every other, will be there when you need us. Just let us.
Okay, that's enough of that. You're sick? Yes, I am. They know not the context, so it cannot hurt them too much. Uki? Yeah, Uki did some absolutely incredible voice acting. If you want to know what the heck that's about, read my original novel, Legatus 505. Every chapter is more pain. Every single chapter is more fucking pain. You're a twisted rust bucket. Or maybe if people oiled me a bit better, maybe things would go better. Who knows? But thank you so much for the raid, Pio-chan. I hope the sidekicks are all having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. We're just wrapping up bit by bit because I also have a second stream to do tonight. I'm going to be at Sunny's birthday stream. So yeah, I forget what is that game called that we're playing? I need to download that too. 1 second. Pio-chan too? Yeah, Pio-chan's going to be joining the same one. I don't know if Pio-chan's joining the one before that. Is it Murder 4? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, okay, it's... Oh no, it's Midnight Ghost Hunt. Is Pio-chan playing Murder 4 too? I'm not playing that one. Yeah, okay. Pio-chan is playing Murder 4 as well. I'm not going to be there for that one because that's 2 hours before it. And I'm already going to be doing 2 hours on top of the streams today with Sunny. So I'm going to be joining Midnight Ghost Hunt, which is apparently kind of like Prop Hunt. So yeah, I'm going to be there for Prop Hunt with everybody. And I think Pio-chan's going to be in that one too. We'll see. Rebecca, thank you so much for donating the funds. I like your words. Every word breaks into my heart today. Amazing voice acting, though it's so painful. Why does my O-sheep like to write tragic stories? I don't know. I think it's probably because my life is filled with so much pain. At some point, you start to just think, surely there's got to be a purpose for it. Surely the pain can be like transformed into a useful healing emotion. So yeah, I guess that's where it kind of comes from. It's the idea of like, I'm going through so much physical pain, but hopefully it makes it more worth. Like, there has to be an equal amount of joy and love to make you keep living through that and to make you keep fighting on. So I like to put that kind of feeling into my stories, especially with Legatus' whole thing of like living through the same pain, much more pain, and then so much more tragic circumstances. It's like, he's been through a lot, but if he didn't have equal amounts of enjoyment in life, love, support, he wouldn't be able to go on. So it's kind of beautiful in that way. Like putting your own pain into words. Yeah, exactly. All of those kinds of feelings. That's why writing is so cathartic to me. It gets to share that kind of feeling. Spyro Splat, thank you so much for donating the funds. The tragedies of knowing the possible, even having set eyes on actual world of happiness that could have been, it hurts so good. Yet. Ah! Yeah, Ukiki. Well, Oritus did not have a great time, but at least Ukiki has a chance. Thank you for donating the funds, and I hope you have a lovely day. I got goosebumps when Oritus kept telling Legatus to write things down. I love how the voice in Legatus' head and the reality came back between. They gave a bit of a horror vibe in a good way. Yeah, that's kind of what I was aiming for. Like breaking the fourth wall like that and talking to the writer and sometimes the viewer in general. They gave a good feeling of like, oh, Oritus is incredibly powerful. If Oritus wanted to just destroy the entirety of the Republic, he probably could have. But that was not Oritus's plan. Oritus had other things in mind. Thank you for the chapters today. No problem, Steph. I'm so glad you enjoyed them, despite them being traumatic and painful. Hope you have a lovely day. Mao Tian, thank you for donating the funds. Thank you for your story, Futan. Need to ice my eyes before bed tonight? Yeah, get some good rest. No more panda eyes. Get them nice and relaxed and it'll feel much better. Ukibi in the top of the Nijisanji EN power tier list for a reason? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Ukiki constantly did the power creep of just like, anytime somebody else appeared more powerful, it was just like, but I'm psychic. I know what you can do, and I can destroy it with psychic powers. It's like, okay, I guess that's how I write them in the story then. They are all powerful. They are basically a god. They are the prophet. I forget the words, but you know what I mean. Potato! Thank you for donating the funds. Until now, I was convinced that nothing would devastate me as much as I was literally built for this. A mantra of strength that deteriorates into resignation. That was until I heard keep writing. Somehow that I can't word. Oh, I'm glad to hear that hit you so well. It was wonderful to write. I definitely cried a lot while writing this chapter. I think that is the most fucking fun of this kind of experience for me, is I get to cry out my emotion. Like, now you guys understand why for like the last 2 to 3 months, I was constantly like, oh guys, I had such a good writing session today. I feel so good. Because yeah, I would cry my eyes out and then I would be like, oh, that's beautiful. I can't wait to share it with everyone. And then we get to the actual read through and I'm just like, oh, isn't this fun, guy? While you guys are experiencing it for the first time and being traumatized, I'm like, isn't this great? This is so powerful. I had so much fun writing this. I'm glad it's finally hitting you guys. So thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I'm glad that hit you so well today. Thank you so much. What? And thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No, thank you for joining the membership even. Your story is so good, sir, and both your voice acting and Uki's voice acting, oh my god. Otsufu-chan, I always loved Legatus 505. Yeah, this is why Nijisanji doesn't let me write voice packs. Or like the audio dramas. Imagine if I had been the one to write the Noctix, like, time bandit story. Everyone would have been half dead by the end. We would have had to survive, but other than that, god, I love playing off angst. I love the fact that I got to write in, like, Albin's story about, like, being abandoned, well, not abandoned, about, like, losing his Victorious and going a bit insane. I got to write, like, Sunny's story about being betrayed by his own people, backstabbed and almost murdered, and now I've gotten to write about Ukiki's being used for experimentation, which technically means Ortis is only, like, a couple months old as well. A little baby. Ortis was just a little baby. So yeah, there you go. Even Ortis saying, I wish I could have been the one to live a full life with you. For Ortis, that could have just meant a few months. The 3 years that he gets to see Ukiki spend with Fuchan could have essentially been to him, oh, that's such a full life. I wish that could have been me. Slaughtered newborn? Yeah. The abomination, as Legatus called him. Fuchan is such a masochist? Oh, Fuchan is both a sadist and a masochist. There we go. I've been telling you guys forever I'm versatile. I'm glad you guys are finally getting it. My therapist said I should embrace my flaws. Now I'm a big fan of self-hugging. Absolutely nothing wrong with self-hugging. Self-soothing is one of the best things you can learn to do. Realizing when you're feeling bad and how to deal with it. Best way to actually, like, manage your feelings rather than repress them and feel more pain later. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Claudines. I hope you're taking care of yourself. I love how you connect your laws. It's so nice. Yeah, like I had to give them a spin that worked in Legatus 505, so it had to work in the Republic. So obviously, like they don't actually have psychic powers in the Republic. So I was like, okay, how would they create something like Uki? And then I'd already created the whole idea of the serfs. And so I was like, they have a psychic communication kind of thing. They could be trying to do that to like learn to read people's minds and stuff. The Republic would have been very interested in seeing what the serfs became. And then, yeah, the whole idea of them creating Ukiki and leading it into Ukiki's actual lore was just so much fun. And just to make it very clear, I got, like, obviously since Ukiki voiced this, but yeah, even before I wrote it, I told Uki what the plan was for the story. And I was like, are you going to be okay with that if I write it so that you're breaking the fourth wall and technically talking to current Legatus and real world stuff too? Ukiki was like, yeah, you can use my lore, you can connect that. So yeah, I'm very, very happy and honored that I got to like mess around with the laws a little bit, connect the universes and play with this whole multiverse idea that's coming together. Penny Goo, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Me cry forever now? Good. Crying is good. Enjoy the crying. Thank you for being here and thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Thanks for the 505 stream. Gellu's part was so heartbreaking. Yeah, it was. Oh man, that whole chapter was just about like how much he's been repressing the fact that he loves her. And then that conclusion. Legatus and Karnis finally talk. Thank God. You're the most powerful cyborg writer I've ever seen. So brilliant, painful, but beautiful. I don't know. Did I wish to know more cyborg ideas in your brain or not? I could do a lot of tragic yaoi out of it. I could do all of the tragedy. But thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, Toby TBC. I'll leave that to the other fan artists. The other fan artists, the other fan writers, they can bring like happy cyborg to us. We can have some like aftercare that way. Miss Jerry Lawley at Fugoshi. When you said this chapter would be painful, you meant it. I need some sheep wool to dry my eyes. Thank you for the stream, and bye, you Fuchan. Thank you, Miss Jerriet. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. Where's the fluff? You guys have lived through the fluff. I think that's part of the fun throughout this whole, the way I've set out the story as well, is the fact that Legatus in this final chapter was straight up saying, not in the final, the second to last chapter, the one where he's laying in the piss-stained bathroom crying himself to sleep. Like, a lot of what he says through that chapter is talking about the fact that, man, he never wrote down any of the happy moments. He only wrote like a tiny bit about being with Karnas and Gelu. He only wrote a tiny bit about spending time with Avidia. He barely wrote anything about spending time with Noctix. But yeah, this whole 3 years of streams, Noctix being together, having fun and playing games, that is canon to Legatus 505. In his world, he is just pretending to be archivist between things, and everything really happens. In my world, none of this exists. So yeah, that's his version of it. All the streams have still happened. He's had a lovely, happy time with Noctix just in the background. He's been pretending to be happy. Well, not even pretending to be happy. He's been pretending to not be like dreading the moment when it all falls apart because he knows that's coming. Misaki! Oh, wait. I think I missed an earlier super chat. I did realize I missed a few in a while. Oh, yeah. Okay. Misaki with... Oh, my God. The double Arca super. Thank you so much. Misaki, thank you so much for donating the food funds. 2 years ago, I said I would enter a specialized culinary school to study Japanese cuisine for 2 years. Even though I was troubled by mental illness, your daily live broadcasts and the care of my teachers and friends gave me the strength to keep going. And now that I have shared the news of admission with you that day, I also want to thank and be grateful to you. It was your live broadcast that accompanied me through every moment of sleeplessness and anxiety. It was also you who gave me the courage to step out and find ways to fight myself. Aww, Misaki, I'm so glad to hear that. Number one, congratulations. Never discredit your own positive. That was all you. None of that was to do with me. That was all your own strength. I'm glad that I was able to accompany you on that journey, but yeah, no, that's all you. You did amazingly, so congratulations on that. I hope it's still going well. And yeah, I hope it continues to go well in the future, but I'm so glad to hear that update. Everything, yeah, has been going good. So thank you for these last 2 years. I hope everything continues to go amazing, and I'm very interested to see what you do in the future. Make some wonderful Japanese cuisine, and thank you so much for sharing that happy message with me. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for donating the funds. Vampire Therapist was very successful. Yeah. Vampire Therapist has taught me a lot about like dealing with my own emotions and therefore noticing it in other people as well and being like, hey, don't discredit the positive. You did everything yourself. I am just here for a simple little source of entertainment on the side, and I'm so happy if you guys use me as a way to like pass the time and feel a bit more happy and comfortable as we go forward. Thank you so much. Leela Kieran. Hey, Fulgur. What comes first? Does Uki tell you more of his lore story, BTS, or do you tell him the chapter idea and he adds some lore to it? That makes sense. All of the story was mine. I just asked permission to use their basics, like story of the lore. Because obviously I didn't really know the full lore of what went down in Ukiki's universe when it came to like the Children of the Stars. We know what we've seen in the music video, and we know what we saw in like the initial video when Uki debuted. But other than that, yeah, it's Uki's story to tell, which is why I like the fact that I don't dive into their actual past memories, because their actual past memories would be the Alban, Uki, and Sunny in the current timeline with Legatus. The only timelines I actually dive into are the ones for Legatus's timeline in the Republic, so it's an alternate universe version. It's just similar to their stories because I like linking them back to that. So yeah, this is an alternate universe retelling version of a different character named Oratus who did break out of a lab still and have that Children of the Stars moment. I even described that very much the same way intentionally, of like the 4 Children of the Stars together holding each other's hands and using power before everything went boom, 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 boom. So yeah, all of that. Just AU stuff. If that makes sense. Amazing reading and voice acting as always. I'm not crying. I'm a strong sheep. Of course you are. You're doing fine, Leela Kieran. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Misaki. Finally, I graduated successfully on March 14th of the year. I was hoping. I was actually thinking about asking, so did you graduate? Because it sounded like the way you were wording it, you were basically saying like, and I'm done now. I truly appreciate every moment of your company. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Misaki. Congratulations on everything. You worked so hard, you did so brilliantly, and I hope it continues to go well for you in the future. So thank you so much for donating the food funds. Have a lovely day. Congratulations. And I hope someday we get to like try your cuisine or see some images of it. Sounds like it's amazing. So thank you so much. Susie, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships to the sheep pile. We got so many gifted today. So thank you to everybody who donated a gifted membership to the sheep pile. There's been a lot. I will try to read them on the way out as long as they haven't like disappeared. Ooh. By the way, the support from you, that video I cut at the moment you responded, truly helped me get through every hard time. Misaki, thank you so much. Like I've said, I'm just an entertainer, but the fact that so many people do like take my words so seriously and enjoy the time they spend with me means so much to me, because I think I've made it clear like how much it means to me as well. While this is just a job and an entertainment kind of thing, like I can honestly say these last 3 years have changed me so much as a person, so it is definitely like a two-way kind of street kind of thing. So just make sure you're taking care of yourself. It sounds like you're doing wonderfully, and I hope your career goes fantastic in the future. So thank you so much for being here. Really glad we can all share the moment that has been months of emotions culminating. I love your art. It's been a really moving experience. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to see it all coming together. And Legatus 505 finally coming to an end. Really love your presence, Fu-chan. Thank you so much, Mei. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here today. Felix, Solus, and Aurelius, my little meow meows. Would the missing chapter's characters be named Musica or Caraclem? Can you say that? I didn't actually ever come up with a name for them yet. I only ever came up for a name with them by the time I actually wrote the chapter. And yeah, their chapter was going to be the second to last, so I never actually came up with a name for them. I don't know. But I like the way that we did write them out with the music going out of the word. So yeah, something related to music would have been good. Probably like music or bird related. Sparrow Splat. The only solace I have through all the trauma is that Oratus had felt joy for the encounter one chapter gave him. When I think about it further, I'm even more sad. Thanks. Voice pack payment for the replays. Thank you, Sparrow Splat. In that way, it is kind of beautiful. It kind of reminds me of the movie Arrival, where like they learn from the aliens how to see through time. Because yeah, you have the one character who's like haunted by that and terrified because he knows what it means would happen to his daughter. But then the woman who does that, she's just like, okay, yes, everything is going to happen and I can't change fate. That doesn't change the fact that I can enjoy every single happy moment. And so for Oratus, even though they only lived for a few months, at least they got to see an entire 3 years of life where Legatus and Ukiki would be together. And they would actually change each other and develop and become like happier because of each other, find family and find solace in each other. And so even though that isn't actually Oratus themselves, they got to experience that through Uki. And yeah, that's why they were happy to just like have their life end there, even though it was sad that it wasn't actually them who were getting the happy ending. Yura, thank you for gifting 10 membership to the sheep pile. I hope you're having a lovely day and thank you so much. Please rest well and have a lovely day. The amount of deep diving I plan on doing once 505 finishes, all in order to attempt constructing a rough timeline. Good luck, honestly. Honestly, a lot of the early chapters, I wasn't quite sure where in the timeline they went. Most of the chapters are just like, quote unquote, during the time that Legatus was a Legatus. So they could have been anywhere between the time he was like 26 and 30 years old. They were just like all over the place. There are definitely some connecting fibers, and they get more connected towards the end because everything comes crashing to a big, giant fall, especially like after Fox, Wolf in the Fox House, and then Project Starfall, and then the newest chapter as well, like all connected to each other really well. You can see exactly where those go in the timeline, and it's right before Legatus comes to the different timeline. But yeah, a lot of the early ones, I didn't really have any plan for if it, like this one happened before this story, or that story happened before that story. They were just like episodic. So best of luck. Best of luck. You can say that it crashes into a second fall. Oh yeah. In fact, I will say that, as you can imagine, the next like proper chapter, do we even have any sub-chapters? No, technically we only have 2 chapters coming up. We have 2 main story chapters, so we are no longer diving into the past. Legatus 505 will be concluding in a proper timeline ending soon. And yeah, the next one is, as you can imagine, called The Second Fall. Definitely crashing into a second fall. Writing for Legatus 505 to end before posting my writing. But I love concepts like sharing so much. Concepts like these so much. Thank you so much for sharing this world and its painful yet beautiful stories with us. No problem, Anachromatic Hound. I'm really glad to hear that. Anybody who like really enjoys Legatus 505 means so much to me, because this is definitely my passion. I know it's like a niche hobby and it's not marketable and it's not something Nijisanji wants, but it's something I need in my life, honestly. The thumbnail is so intense. Yeah, Lemaire did such beautiful art for it. And I loved the fact that I got to use like the long hair look for just a little bit before he had to cut it off again. You truly made Gelu and Aurelius the most tragic, beautiful characters. Bio Mom, worthless adopted mom, and Uki Mama carrying all the maternalness. Yeah. Everybody needs a mommy. Wherever that comes from, we all find our own family when we need it. Uki knowing it but not being able to actually experience it even at the end somehow makes it hurt even more. Thanks. I mean, that's a pessimistic view, but I'm glad to hear it. I like that. It's like the backwards and forwards between like, is it beautiful that Aurelius got to at least experience some happiness through someone else vicariously? Or is it more tragic that they feel all that happiness and know it's not actually for them? Question though, Fuchan. Have you always known what your story is going to be and even the ending? Sometimes it feels like you've been planning these for a long time. There were bits that I planned for a long time. I always, like I've said this from the beginning, I knew what the beginning was going to be. I knew some of the story beats and I knew what the ending was going to be. I knew kind of like 3 endings. There were originally like 3 possibilities for an ending. Obviously, we've now locked ourselves into the one ending. We locked ourselves into that a long time ago. But yeah, I always knew like the ways that we were going to get there and the story beats that would get us there. But there was always going to be like a lot of stuff in between and a lot of flea throw where occasionally I'd change things up. Like, as you can imagine, I didn't plan on it taking 3 whole years for Legatus to take this journey. And I didn't plan to like bring in so much of the other stuff and so many of the things I had to change along the way because of real life circumstances. But yeah, the framework was always there essentially, which is why we do have things like the newest chapter being like such a direct link to the first chapter. I always knew from the beginning the reason that I wrote the first chapter being a murder of an iron print that he gave 0 fucks about was always going to come back in the culmination of this is why he has to pretend he doesn't care about iron prints. Because if he thinks too much about how much he cares about iron prints, it destroys him internally. He can't do his job and he can't live in that world. So that was always like supposed to be a direct connection. The corpse of steel and the scrap of flesh. What do you call a teen with cybernetic implants who's full of attitude and angst? A cyborg! Fair enough. He does sigh a lot. I write a lot of like sighing and growling into my characters. Thank you for donating the food funds, Cloudines. 9 out of 10. I liked that one. Perfect. KK, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Thank you so much for the update. Legatus 505 has become an exciting passion to enjoy, immerse in, and analyze for me. Love the depth of the characters and writing, and you love your OC so much, and I wish more people would read about them. Aw, thank you. I'm hoping whenever I do like my next story series, I'll be less cowardly about it, and I'll make sure that I'm actually promoting it properly and saying like, this is my passion. This is what I'm doing. Like, focus on this. Like, all the other streams are like things that I do for fun and enjoyment. And this is the actual passion. So I'll put it on proper display and like really try to make people love it and come along for the ride. Yeah, this definitely is like the most fun for me, is bringing everyone along for the stories. Oh, good. They signed me out of YouTube. Thanks, Nijisanji. Can I get back in, please? Oh, God. They heard me talking about things. They didn't like the thing. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I can't grab any chats or anything right now. That account. Staff trolling again. I don't get why I get hit the most by this. This is the time they're supposed to be asleep. They should be hitting the people that are active. Oh, no. I guess that makes sense, actually. They try to not hit the people that are active during JP times. Ah, I'm just unlucky. I need to stop streaming at night in JP. Now it actually makes sense to me. God damn. Okay, I'm back. Mane-san, it's time to go to bed. Yeah, exactly. It's time to go to bed. Oop. Okay, we back. Mane-san had the spidey sense tingling. Yeah. Especially after somebody mentioned the power of 3s. Welcome back. Thank you. There's so many night hours in JP though. So true. Ali, thank you for donating the Foo funds. You're born to be a rider, Foo. I love today. Thank you. Aww. Reverse Uno. Thank you so much for joining me. It means so much that I'm able to do these kinds of things and have people actually pay attention to them, because, yeah, I never thought anybody would ever want to actually pay attention to my stories or my writing, so the fact that I'm finally able to do this and I'm more confident to talk about it now and say how passionate about it I am now means so much. So thank you all so much. My throat is slowly dying. Now that people mention it, oh, I missed things. Now that people mention it, Fuchan probably has the most normal sleeping schedule of all the livers. I think until, like, maybe some of the BTB boys is very, like, active on being on time as well, but I think I was originally, like, the most punctual liver as well. It's very rare that I'm late for a stream, and normally I start, like, right on time or a few seconds before. Whereas, like, I feel like a lot of streamers put out their stream time and then they'll, like, start streaming within, like, 5 to 10 minutes of that on average. But yeah, some of the new boys really, like, put me to shame in that as well. And I've gotten tired in my old age. Oh, that's why it's doubling up my comfy grabber. I had 2 chats open. That was weird. There we go. Fix yourself. You're really consistent, man. I do my best. Thank ya. I like streams. So true, whenever you're late, I get slightly worried. No pressure, though. In a way, it's nice when people get worried when I'm late, because it's like, aw, they think I'm always going to be on time. I'm not always on time. But I do try my best, because I don't want people wasting their time. But yeah, I'm glad. And then also it does, like, make me kind of sad when I'm like, guys, it's only like 2 minutes. It's fine. When it's like 2 minutes late and I start seeing people dropping question marks in chat, and I'm like, I'm trying. I'm getting there. Just a minute. Just a minute. Shimomi, thank you so much for the huge Akasupa. Buchan, it was such a good coincidence that you didn't stream this on 4th of April, 404 Day. The 4th of April was the Qingming Festival, a festival of people to visit tombs and show the reverence of ancestors and the death loved ones. Lots of death in the story, and sheepies cried to death right now. Yeah, probably better we didn't do it yesterday, honestly. 4/4, the day of death. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did go to visit any of your ancestors, if you did, like, clean out any tombs or graves or anything, yeah, it's better that you had a day to recover from that before we ruined all of that. Thank you for the huge Akasupa Shimomi. It's so sweet of you. Oh, and for the 505. Thank you so much, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, originally we were supposed to do a stream on Billy this time, but I didn't want to turn Volpixie down when she asked to play Portal 2. Volga sounds like a knockoff Vox/Volga ship name. It should be, honestly. In fact, I've got 5 baby names ready. Thank you, Kushami. Vulgaris, Folvez. Oh, and Folvez sounds too much like vulva. Volgaru. Volpez sounds like the Pokemon. And Vulgar. If Volpez is here, maybe he could share his opinion too. Go for it, Volpez. If you're in chat right now, let Kushami know which of the baby names you like. God damn it. Remembering the Bap you let Super Train when we were late one time? Yeah. That shit was scary. Have I ever ended up, like, actually sleeping through a stream fully? I can't remember if I have. It sounds like something I would do. If you can answer, how does memory erasure work without completely frying Lechan's neural network? Oh, it's just the same way they do to other imprints. It's like a biological brain, but it's still a biological brain that is based around code. So if you know how to edit code properly, like the professor does, the professor even made a program for Chroma to use. That doesn't ever actually come up in the story, because at that point, Legatus just doesn't care. It's more fucked up in his mind that he's a cyborg. Well, not a cyborg. That he's basically got a digital brain and doesn't really exist biologically. But yeah, it's the general idea that the professor, because he was so good at analyzing brains, he was able to analyze memories and take them out one by one. And then he wrote a program so that Chroma could do it. Turned off Discord notifications during the stream and had to explain what a Kamiyoshi was to all the DMs I came back to. That's lovely to hear, Paradox, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I already dreamed of Volpez listening to the baby kicking in Lechan's bubbly. Oh my god. Which name do you think is better, Volpez or Volga? I think Volpez. Volpez sounds cute. If Volpez is around... Oh, you asked again. Volpez in chat. Did he respond? Oh, there we go. Vulgar sounds more normal, maybe. That's a terrible name. That literally means somebody who's like lecherous and dirty. Don't think so, but you did forget your ominous timer. I forgot my ominous timer, and I forgot the fact that it was 404 days, so it's only been recently that shit's been kind of going down, but that's just because we've been doing so much Noctix related stuffs and house reservations and stuff. It's fine. Okay, but a Volpez and Fulgur Bebe would be so vulgar. True. And who knows? Maybe that's what Volpez wants. Legatus did say one of the things he could do is just put another imprint in his brain. Maybe he wants Legatus's body in more ways than one. Sarah, is the ominous timer going to come back? Nope. Is gone forever. Claudines, thank you for donating for funds. Why was a cyborg known to be unsay-so? Because he had a hardware and software, but no underwear. He had hardware and software, but no underwear. That's a fucking 10 out of 10, because that's a deep cut as well. I don't know how many people actually know about that fact. That idea. 10 out of 10. well done, Claudines. That's impressive. Good wordplay and a really good like deep cut to like the Fulgur Ovid lore. 1000 out of 10. Damn, Def Kuzu. 5 out of 5 out of 10. There we go. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay, I will check Streamlabs, and then we're going to roll out for the day. I will send you guys somewhere else. I will put up the blogs immediately, and I will put them on Twitter as well for anybody who wants to read them without, like, the slowness getting in the way of a stream. That'll be good. I love that you call it lore. It's lore. They won't let us make our own underwear like they let FSP make and VShojo and other people make, so... You know, that's the best. The lore is all we can get. MJ Lim, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Oh my god, this message is amazing. This message is just straight up a crying, screaming cow emoji. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, MJ Lim. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here, and please rest well. Sad, I'd love some Cynet leggings. Dude. Oh, Fuchan, would you wear the type of underwear Zanny made? Zanny's underwear was great. The Hollow Stars boys' underwear was great. Both of those, very pretty, very respectful. You know whose underwear I respect the shit out of? Kuro. Canine Kuro, have you guys seen the underwear he made? Holy shit, it's got his face sticking out of the crotch hole. Shit's crazy, man. I'd have that. I'd have a little food. In fact, Ash Baby Fugi Fuchan. My Fugi of the Ash Baby, where it's just like a crying, screaming, tiny, like minion golem thing. I'd have that peeking out of the underwear hole. That's exactly what I want. I'd even like Fulham, like Golem Fu, hiding inside just like a little pocket inside like a shirt with one of those chest pockets. You open up the chest pocket, look down, and it's just like Fulham looking back at you, just staring right at you. These are the types of weird merchandise I would make. Oh, god damn it. Making it next merch, sir. If only. Glad they don't let you make undies. But my dreams. That would kill the mood. That's the point. It's like, hey, you want to see my little guy? You drop trout, it's just like staring at you, and you're just like immediately bone dry, soft as a fucking limp linguine. It's just gone. All the plans are just gone and ended. Paradox Mint, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Since day one, Noctix has been feeling like a found family, and each day since, each stream, each tweet, and each interaction has solidified that feeling. It's more than lore, it's real. Between the anniversary, birthday, VTL, and now this reading, I'm a very soft nocturnal. Probably shouldn't have made that last joke right before that final line, because that was incredibly emotional, Paradox Mint, and very sweet. So thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. That's so lovely, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, it's been a nice time to just be spending a lot of time with Noctix. Be like giving the Nocturnals a lot of different like goodies as we went forward. It's been good. Don't draw the parallel then, but I had to, because I'm cursed. They did let you make the hoodies. Maybe they'll let you do it again one day. Imagine if they let me do my own drawn underwear. I wouldn't even have to get a proper piece of art commissioned. I could just draw my own silly little Fuchan coming out of a crotch. It'd be great. That'd be great. Better yet, I would just want like a pair of underwear that just on the back says hashtag cybussy. Just free advertising for me, and also the fact that you could be like, I showed you my cybussy, please respond. Maybe a Cynet design version of the booty as underwear. I'd actually buy that. So would I. I would wear that. That would be the one way I would wear underwear other than where I'm wearing a suit. It's just like, hey, I showed you my cybussy, please respond. Kushami, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I was told this one might be dirty, so I'm gonna read it in my head now first. Ah. Oh, fuck. That's so dark. I love that. I would say it ends, like, it's a whole explanation of Kushami's AU fanfiction, but then it ends with, thank you for the emotional damage. It was some in return for you. Perfect. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Please share. No, not on stream. That's a hashtag cybussy one. That's not a hashtag Fulgur Ovid here one. If Kushami wishes to share that, make sure you follow Kushami on Twitter. But that is Kushami's story, and that is too adult for this stream. You're free to choose whether to read it out loud or not. Yeah, no, I'm not going to read that one out loud. There are levels I will go to, and then there are levels where it's like, oh, that's tragic and heartbreaking, and also very sexual. So have fun with that. Too adult, about fair. Yeah, no, it was nice to read. I enjoyed it. I'm sure other people would enjoy it, but there would also be a lot of people who heard that and were like, that's not what I needed today. Especially after all the angst and suffering and pain. But yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Kushami. I hope you're having a lovely day. With that said, let's see if we can raid anybody on the way out today. I remember we'll be back in, I think it's 11 p.m. Yes, so 2:30, 3, blah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. Yes, I just did have to count out 8 hours on my fingers. Leave me alone. I'm tired. In 8.5 hours, we'll be back on Sunny's channel. What the fuck is Scala streaming for? Late night in Japan. Oh, right. She's in Japan. I love that when Scala goes to Japan, she actually has like a human sleep schedule. That was so funny. I can send you guys to Scala, Xana, or Rainu. I'm going to send you guys to Scala because it like never happens. I wish I could return the raid to Zanny since Zanny raided us, but yeah, I'm going to send you guys to Scala because that like rarely happens. Scala, it's 3 a.m. Yep, 3:30. You don't get it. Normally, she's not in Japan. She's visiting Japan. This is her normal sleep schedule. It feels normal while... This is Scars' life. This is Scars' life. When she goes to Japan, she has what would be a healthy sleep schedule for over here. Anyway, have fun with Niji Red. I don't even know what she's up to, but she always does crazy fun streams. I think she was watching Devil May Cry, the anime, earlier. I still need to watch that. There you go, guys. Kushami posted it on hashtag Fulgur Ovid here. Kushami, for future notice, I would prefer something that involves sexual organs sticking to hashtag cybussy. I don't particularly want that on the live hashtag either, just for people who try to view the live hashtag and aren't so into that. But just for future notice, please keep that to hashtag cybussy. If it's like an R18 kind of rated topic, it's definitely for cybussy. But thank you for letting other people know. With that said, I'm going to send you guys over to Skulls. I hope you will have a lovely evening. Pot of Trust. Sorry, that name called to me. It just made me think of the Pot of Greed Yu-Gi-Oh card. Anyway, we're going to head out. I'm sending you guys to Skulls. Everybody have a lovely evening. As always, do not be led astray in my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Remember, Sunny stream tonight, and then tomorrow in the evening, we get to have some aftercare of Cyborg with Ukiki returning to Split Fiction. So that should be a lovely time too. Let me pop out the chat so the emote all comes back. Perfect. Okay. Thank you to everybody who joined the membership today and gifted membership, including Sunshine, Zanny Cervix. Oh my god, what a name. Perfectly relatable to one of the other things going on in chat right now. Pearl, welcome back to the membership.
Yen, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Zechu, 5 jellyfish. Yumi. CHY, thank you so much for the 50 gifted membership. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. That's so many. I hope you have a lovely evening and thank you so much for being here. Rissimo. Asha V. Sorry, Fuchan, I changed the tag to Cybossy. Thank you so much, Kushami. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. It's just, yeah, I don't support like minors being on the channel, but I know there are people that are just like uncomfortable with some sexual themes sometimes. And so it's just nice to keep like the general tags and the general stream. We keep everything at like an NC-17 anyway. So I think most people would be okay with it, but just for like people that are in like a sensitive kind of mood. Thank you very much. Kakitoshi, welcome back to the membership. Vow. Cloudines. Ibuprofen. Ticket CYL. Lalapis. Mecca. Garcia. Cheese Nuggist. I've never seen that name before. Holy shit, that's so cute. Cheese Nuggets, just like the nuggiest chicken nugget, except with cheese. I'm dumb. Yeah, it's a cheese one. Yen Yen, welcome back to the membership. And Garcia. Alan. Yan. Camille. Nath. Sabrina Saberhagen. Ushami. Pranav, I am timing you out. No, I wasn't. I was very clearly saying nugget. Don't joke about that. What the fuck? Timing you out for 5 minutes. Very clearly reading a name. Technical. Cave cat. Maybe I'm a lion. Sparrow splat. Step. Pot of trust. Mickey Tachan. Jamie. Juan NN. Mafu the Cabbage Sheep. Violet. Miss Jerry Laureate. Melodies. Ushami. AC. BB. 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 Minto. Simone. Lily. J. Ticket CYL. Corgo. Cyanu. Lays. Akuku. Jay, thank you so much for the gifted. And Lily. And I think that, yep, that's everybody. Also, Hakuku, thank you so much for restocking the things from the cup sleeve event. I was so glad to see those went back and then they sold out again pretty much immediately. So I hope every confidant who wanted one of the large standees managed to get one. But congratulations on the amazing event. The artwork from those was so beautiful. I was so happy to see them. But thank you so much for that. I'm glad to hear it. Trey, congratulations. You got my attention with that letter spam. I'm going to assume a cat was walking across your keyboard. Give that kitty some petties. But with that said, I'm heading out now. I hope you guys enjoy Scarles. I think she might still be watching DMC. I don't know. I'm going to put the chapters up on the blog. Everybody have a lovely evening. I'll see you guys in a few hours at Sunny's birthday stream if you want to be there for that. Or I will see you guys tomorrow evening on both channels, Mean and Ukikis, for Split Fiction. And then I will say that on Monday, I'm going to be on Zanny's channel for Zanny's birthday. Other than that, I've said like some of the days the Noctics are going to be doing things next week, so I don't know when I'll actually release a schedule. So I'll probably just release a schedule that says for like those 2 days, be ready. So that I can at least tell people I'm going to be at Zanny's stream for his birthday too. And Albert Shizuo, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Bonk you for making me cry. No problem, I'll take that bonk. I deserve it. JK, I always love angst. Your writing is so beautiful. Thank you, Fu-chan. I can't wait to see future chapters. I'm glad to hear that. I can't wait to finish it. Yeah, like I said, I think less than 2 weeks. 1, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, just under 2 weeks. We're going to finish off Legatus 505 if everything goes well. The chapters are all done, so it's just like, it's a case of if it feels right to end at that time. Oh, there's also going to be 1 chapter in between them. So I'll probably release that in a week on the weekend. Yeah, because there's got to be the 1 normal like chapter that comes between the read-through chapters. So look forward to that too.
That one will actually have some niceness in it. That one won't be angst, surprisingly. You get some aftercare, just not for a week. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Split Fiction is our aftercare? True. Just a shame that one's not a few hours away. That one's like a day and a half away, but that'll be sweet. Bye-bye! And Mar, thank you for joining the membership. Welcome back. Oh, and happy 1 year anniversary. Bye-bye!